becomes a global phenomenon. And also a kind of social model. It's a high wage, high effort, high consumption bargain, which stabilizes, in the best case, high levels of consumption and the growth model of the 20th century. But I think more ominously, and I've really got Mark Carney's speech from yesterday, a really astonishing speech in my mind, is that one of the things we prefer to forget about the 20s is that it is, to most contemporaries, the first moment of unipolarity. This is the moment they think liberal power is triumphant. Why? Because the liberal powers won World War I. The 20s follow World War I, an epic revolutionary war, the first total war. And the powers that prevail are the powers that, in a sense, for a while still held the ring and the end of whose hegemony Mark Carney was talking about yesterday afternoon. In other words, the British Empire, the French Empire, and the United States. Two republics, the liberal empire par excellence, and Russia was their only ally, and it succumbs to revolution in 1917 and becomes a more radical power. And the basis for their power was money. It was finance. It was the dollar's hegemony in the 1920s that was supposed to anchor this world that was otherwise really fragile. So for me, the haunting evocation of the 20s is this was I mean collectively, people like us's first effort at stabilizing the world, and we failed at the politics, famously, at Versailles and in the League of Nations. We thought that a good substitute would be technology and finance, and for a while in the 1920s, that formula looked like it would work, because in the end, the gold standard system became an increasingly dollar-centered system. And the hubris and the failure of imagination and the failure of politics never provided the underpinnings for that structure. That was not a moment I expected to have in my life, to be speaking about the 1920s and have Madame Lagarde appear on stage.
Little hubris.
But the discrepancy between the power of economics, the power of production, and the reliance on money, and notably the dollar, and the failure in that context to build deep political connections, for me, is really what the 20s stand for. And that is why, for me, it's so resonant in the current moment, because the crucial power here is the United States. The crucial power in the 20s was the United States. Those new technologies were American. The money that mattered was American. And it's America that essentially, for domestic political reasons, defaults on its hegemonic obligations.
Madame Lagarde, I want to welcome you. Thank you for joining us. We're very happy to have you. And I would actually go to you if I could, just for a moment.
Wait, just now.
Just now. But I'll tell you why. Because you gave a speech back in the fall of 2024. And you said that you believed, actually, that there was a parallel taking place between the AI bubble in the 2020s and 1920s and 2020s. And you said, today, like back then, we are seeing setbacks in global trade integration at the same time as strides forward in technological progress. And we were trying to sort of put this moment in a historical context. And so I was hoping you could elaborate and explain what you meant by that.
Very happy to. Thank you so much for having me, and I'm sorry I'm late, but initially it was scheduled at 9, and I had something really committed at 8:15, and I had to run from wherever I was. So, I trust that Adam went through the political similarities, divergences, and I don't want to venture there. What I meant in my speech, which was back in 24, so things have changed since that, and they have not changed for the better. What I meant to compare is the technological breakthrough that took place in the 1920s. Whether you look at the size and scope of the electrical grid, whether you look at the combustion engine and its developments, whether you look at the assembly lines that were developing, those were technological breakthrough that took place in those years and decades. At the same time, you also had a stock market that was doing very well. And what we observed in the 20s, and maybe Adam, you went through that, is a significant change in the global trade. I wouldn't call it a collapse, but it went from 21% of GDP, roughly, down to 14% in a matter of a few years. So what we're looking at now is galloping digitalization of our economies, with a particular focus on artificial intelligence. we're seeing stock markets that are doing extremely well, particularly, well, not only in advanced economies, but also in emerging market economies. And we are seeing a fragmentation of geopolitics, more on that and to be continued, which is accompanied by an increase of the tariff, of the import and export restrictions in almost all categories of products. So, and this is unprecedented as long as WTO observes those restrictions. We're not seeing yet the collapse of trade in the numbers that I have mentioned. Not yet. It's still holding. It's declining a bit, but it's still holding. Question is that going to hold? But the key point that I would like to make, if you give me a little more time, is that the big difference between the 20s and now, in a way, which makes the current situation more unpredictable and probably more icy. I just came back from this cold out there, so icy is a good word for that. Is the fact that those breakthrough of the 1920s could diffuse, to use a colloquial language, could diffuse within boundaries, within national territories. You did not necessarily need, in those days, the scale, the network effects that you need now. Now, if you ask the big Gs in digitalization and the big spenders in artificial intelligence, and just for memory, to develop a frontier model today requires about $1 billion. If you ask them what they need, they will say access to data as large as possible. They will say scale in order to really amortize the investment cost of the development of models. Now that would be significantly jeopardized if we have limited access to data because of different privacy laws around the world, and more protectionist barriers that would prevent the scaling of these investments. Now, I might be having an overly negative and pessimistic view of what we are seeing at the moment, but I think that's a real threat. And the development of AI, the gain of productivity that we hope for, is difficult to reconcile with fragmentation in terms of standards, licensing, access. And I would contend that this can only be remedied by a degree of cooperation that is going to be a factor of willingness of people to accept and tolerate different paradigms, different cultural preferences, and different views of the world. It's difficult.
Larry,
yeah,
speak to that, if you could, because I can tell you're thinking about it.
Well, I spent a lot of time on it, and I think what Christine said is a foundation of a major issue. But I would turn the lens a little bit. I think for the Western economies, if we don't cooperate, if we don't scale, China wins. There's enough population there. Privacy laws are obviously quite different there, and so the data that they can accumulate, which is giving them a dramatic advantage. And I think that's going to be one of the big overwhelming things. When people ask me, are we in an AI bubble? I said, I think there are going to be some big failures, but I don't think we're in a bubble. But that being said, I would much rather say that we need to spend more money to make sure that we're competing properly against China. And so to me, all the issues that Christine has raised, they're there, they're obvious, they're things that we need to be addressing. Right now, we're at this point now where everybody believes there's going to be a massive J curve of demand for that information from AI. The key to that is making sure that the demand only comes if technology is diffused for more applications, more utilizations. If technology is just the domain of the 6 hyperscalers, we will fail. And so to me, it is, and we don't have enough information yet, the key, how fast we diffuse it, how quickly is it adapted and adopted, to me are going to be the 2 key characteristics. The parallels for me for 1929 and evolving into 2029, to me the big 2 factors that are, to me, the limiting factors are going to be, can we grow our economies fast enough to overcome our deficits? That's going to be one big issue, especially with the rising deficits of the U.S. And the capabilities of the capital markets to continue to fund these investments, to make the Western economies having the capabilities to have that J curve in the adoption of technology.
Let me ask you, and let me go to Ken on this, and it's reflective, though, of something actually Larry's talked about over the past couple of years. Larry wrote a letter called The Democratization of Finance. That was a phrase used in the 1920s. There was a real effort to democratize finance, to raise funds from the public. There was a huge amount of debt that helped finance the decade. And I wonder how you think about this moment and sort of when you think about the systemic risk of this moment, the concentration of AI, the debt that's financing some of it. I know some of the hyperscalers are obviously enormously powerful and have extraordinary funds, but there is also a lot of debt behind all of this that's sloshing around.
So, first of all, it's a pleasure to be on the gloom and doom panel.
Yeah,
we're not
doom. You know that.
1920s were an extraordinary period. As I said at the beginning, it's not preordained, but it has to head badly.
The end note of the 1920s, which was, of course, the Great Depression, Andrew. So let's take a step back and talk about where we are right here, right now. The area of recklessness is the spending of governments around the world, who are all, with little exception, all spending well beyond their means. That's the recklessness of this moment in history. This is not a parallel to the 1920s in terms of the recklessness of the private capital markets. It's a story of the recklessness of government spending. Within the private sector, there's a huge question as to where AI will take us. And I was carefully taking notes and listening to what Larry has to say, or to what Madame Lagarde has to say, because this is one of the big issues of our moment. Will AI create the productivity acceleration that is honestly that's hoped for in Washington and in the halls of government around the world as a way to overcome the profligate spending that we're currently engaged in? Like the world needs a savior. And the hope is that AI is the savior that we need for productivity. And the challenge with this is it may or may not be. We just don't know yet. Now, there's a tremendous amount of hype around AI. And in some sense, the large AI companies need to create that hype to raise the tens or actually hundreds of billions of dollars of investment that are going into the field. Like, you wouldn't be able to raise hundreds of billions of dollars. We'll spend, and Larry can probably correct me on this, but roughly $600 billion this year in CapEx for data centers in the United States.
I think it to be larger.
But does that mean that it's getting hyped up too much, or it's just the hype is required as a sales mechanism?
Go ahead.
First of all, so much of the data centers are being built for cloud.
Right.
And the big issue is going to be in terms of monetization of the spend. The data centers are being built for AI requires more advanced chips. The question is, what is the lifetime of that chip? If we have new technological changes in the lifetime of the chip in 1 year, then that spend is going to be really a bad spend. If the lifetime, as they expect it to be, is 4 or 5 years, and then those chips can be used for cloud, then I think these investments are going to prove to be good investments. So I think it's going to be, you know, if the speed of technology changes and all these investments now, it's going to be challenged. But I agree with Ken. I think we don't know enough, but I'm personally very optimistic on how AI is going to affect the world economy.
Madame Lagarde, can I ask you a question to take on the issue that I think Ken raised, just about the amount of debt in the system today? Not talking about corporate debt, but sovereign debt. And the reason I ask is, back in the 1920s, at least in the United States, there was a budget surplus. I believe there was actually a budget surplus in a lot of other countries as well, not everywhere, of course. But today, in the US, there's $38 trillion of debt. And the playbook that we all learned, actually, in the aftermath of 1929 is, what do you do when there's a crisis to stem it? You throw money at the problem. Ben Bernanke learned this and effectuated in 2008. We did it again during the pandemic. And the thing that I've always thought about is, the next time there is a panic of some sort, and there will be a pullback of some sort, whether the politicians say, well, we now have the playbook. We know what we're supposed to do. And we're going to write a check for $5 trillion because that's what we're supposed to do. Except that we keep wondering, is there some kind of invisible line in the bond market around the world that turns into a red line where the investor class says, we're not doing it anymore. And then then, by the way, you get into sort of an austerity, vicious cycle.
Two things. I'm not going to address your question right away because I want to come back to a point that was made by both Larry and Ken, I think. And I'm not denying that investment in artificial intelligence can be extremely net positive and will deliver productivity gains, the amount of which is questionable, and you have a spectrum that is quite large as to how much it will deliver. But I think that, to come back to my minimum cooperation needed for that, we also have to consider that it's capital intensive, energy intensive, and data intensive. And we have to be mindful of the three. In terms of energy intensity, what kind of energy is being used to manage data will matter. What the consequences will be on the people will matter as well. So I think that in this cooperation approach that we have, which will have to take care of data privacy, for instance, and preferences in different corners of the world, we also need to be mindful of the energy consumption and what kind of energy it is and what impact it has on climate. And number two, we have to be mindful of the consequences for people. Because unless we move in this dream world of Keynes, where working is a choice in a way, which I don't see on the medium-term horizon, we have to understand what consequences it has on people, unless we want to risk a dislocation of society. Now, I come back to your point. Yes, debt has increased massively and is increasing in some corners more than others. I think the real question is, what is done with that financing that the sovereigns are accumulating? Not all debts are the same. Debt that is invested in necessary, productive projects or necessary for security purposes will always find people to finance it. That's my assumption. Debts that are not for productive purposes, that are not going to sustain growth on a sustainable basis, that will be far more difficult. So I'm not going to tell you that there is a red line. I'm not going to tell you that central banks will always be around either. But I think that the nature of the purpose for which debt is subscribed will matter more than the actual volume.
Speak to what you did. You just said something very intriguing.
No, I'm not going to speak more to it.
No to the idea that central banks might not always be around. What do you mean by that?
Look, I went through my lot of crises, as many of you have as well. And I remember the days when it was mentioned that, central bankers are the only game in town. This is not the right approach to a balanced and durable equilibrium. Measures have to be taken by fiscal authorities. Reforms have to be undertaken. The purpose for which spending is organized has to be thought through, and the consequences on people if we want society to stay together.
So just, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but are you basically saying that in our legislative branches around the world, we have abdicated responsibility of being fiscally prudent and thoughtful as to how we use society's resources, and have become overly reliant upon central banks to continue to try to keep the economy going in the right direction against this onslaught of reckless spending?
I'm not suggesting it's the case now, but we have observed it in the past.
I mean, the historic irony is that when people talked about central banks being the only game in town in the 2010s, what they were actually urging is more active fiscal policy. Right? Because the problem was that we had a low-inflation environment, a stagnant growth, including notable figures at BlackRock were arguing for a more assertive fiscal policy because there was a deep imbalance between the two levers of macroeconomic policy, which was also a lesson of the 1920s, and right now, what you're arguing for, I take it, is a more just abstract proposition that it is crucial to have, as Ken's suggesting, responsibility in every arm of government.
Yep.
And that responsibility pertains not just to the macro aggregates, I'm hearing you say, but to the specific type of spending. Your distinction between the productive and the unproductive is not just for economic purposes, but also for the question of political legitimacy and social coherence, the crucial thing. Because the social bargain in Europe and in the United States, but really in Europe, is deeply stressed, I think, by the perception that modern welfare states are unproductive, and a huge number of really vicious distributional struggles which are reawakening another 1920s ghost, which is the ghost of fascism. Right? The sort of political parties which certain visitors to the conference would quite like us to give more platform to, who are direct heirs to that kind of tradition, they are mobilizing in Europe right now around the delegitimization of public spending, which axes on this productive, unproductive, national, international, migrant, ethnic, national. And so that's why these politics are explosive.
But Adam, in 2010, the mantra was too big to fail, which Andrew wrote about, but because of that mantra, too big to fail, there was a societal view, do not bail out. So there was not much fiscal stimulus as much as necessary. But I would say the learning lesson from that was 2020, where you could argue we used huge amounts of fiscal stimulus, probably too much, you know, looking backwards. So I actually believe, you know, we're all evolving in which lever to pull. And so I think, you know, Europe, especially after 2008 and 9, probably did not use enough fiscal stimulus. But it, you know, but in the 2020s, because of COVID, we probably used way too much fiscal stimulus. So
it also depends on what structures you have, again, because the Europeans they essentially have part-time working systems which keep people in employment, whereas America, with surging unemployment in 2020 and no national unemployment insurance system that actually works, has to rely on this sugar-high, trillion-dollar, check in the mail, emergency bailout of American society, and it's easy to overdo that. I mean, in my view, it's one of the great macroeconomic success stories of recent times. It has, you're absolutely right. Where the learning here since the 1920s is surely one of the dramatic. We have not had another 1929. That is a crucial point.
I have a different question from Madame Lagarde, and it's actually about the connection between the independence of central bankers relative to the political class. And the reason I ask it is not just because of this particular moment.
No?
It just happens to be Wednesday, huh?
But this gets to an interesting parallel. It gets an interesting parallel. If you go back and look at what happened actually in the 1920s and 1929 in particular, and I read through some of the diaries of the Federal Reserve board members in the United States during this period. They were so worried about the politics of the moment. They were so cognizant of the politics. It wasn't, by the way, then that the president, in that case President Hoover, was telling them what to do exactly. It was that they were worried that the central bank unto itself which was considered an experiment still.
It was still new, yeah.
Would be disbanded. You talked about whether central bankers will be here. They weren't sure whether they were going to tip the balance, and the Congress was going to say, enough with you. And so I wonder, and there are lots of times also during some of these crises where the central bankers have to work hand in hand with the Treasury departments and presidents. So here we are in this moment. You publicly came out recently, and signed a letter around what's happening in the United States and our Federal Reserve. But how you think about that?
First of all, I would distinguish between tribute to your work, because you really went into great details about how they thought in those days and what their fear was. But I would distinguish today between working hand in hand, which in a way we did during COVID, let's face it, and fiscal dependence. So while working hand in hand in particular circumstances, as exceptional as they were, I think was completely legitimate. Whether there was more, too much, I think it's a good debate to have, and what form it took is also an interesting one, because between the shock absorber on one side of the Atlantic and the fiscal spending straight to the consumer, I think the jury is out as to what was the most efficient. But Fiscal dependency is another matter, which I would strongly argue against. You know, for me, the great champion and hero of breaking the back of this dependency of central bankers was Volcker, who took the risk, major one, to really affect the economy, jeopardize the economy, to make sure that price stability would be delivered. And I think the standing he had with President Nixon at the time, in order to demonstrate the independence of the central bank to restore price stability, is something that we should, you know, keep in the back of our mind. I'm not going to comment on what's happening just right now, including today, actually. Suffice to say that with a couple of other colleagues, we did take the initiative to argue in favor of central bank independence in the context of what happened about a week ago.
One of the really fascinating things is that the very idea of central bank independence is a product of the 1920s. And it's a product of the 1920s because most central banks, unlike the Fed, are old institutions. It's like the Bank of England, the Banque de France. And what they have to tackle in the early 20th century is the emergence of modern democracy. Modern democracy being multi-party, populist, social democrats, right-wingers. And it's in that context, the Fed, in a sense, born into the crisis. One of the reasons America doesn't have a central bank earlier is it is a democracy. And capitalist democracies are contentious, and money is contentious in capitalist democracies, and central banks are incredibly contentious, and America doesn't get there until the compromise of 1913 under Wilson. Whereas the others, the British, the French, the Germans, of course, have to actually figure out what it means to do market-centered, finance-centered, banking in an actual live social democracy. And it's out of that this notion, from the very beginning, it was always agonistic to populist democracy. From the 1920s onwards, like the phrase is Montague Norman's phrase, knave-proof, right? You want to make the central bank knave-proof, which has a certain resonance in the current moment, right? You need to make the central bank institutions proof against those kind of pressures. And it's been, I think, one of the productive sites for thinking about the relationship between expertise, politics, and the pressures of the market ever since. Volcker, one might have different views about, but he certainly, I would entirely agree with you, set the paradigm of the modern independent central banker, whether one likes the paradigm or not, but it's clearly the definitional moment under Carter, into Reagan, withstanding the pressures of the Reagan presidency, amongst other things.
But just to put things in context, the modern central bank represents the reality that we are not on the gold standard that we were on
Fiat money.
True.
back 150 years ago. And I'm not advocating we should be on a gold standard. It's just a very different world. And then the second salient difference between today and going back 100 some years ago is that debt is ubiquitous.
Yeah.
And in a market economy where debt is ubiquitous, deflation is terrifying.
Well, this is the reality after World War I in the 20s, though. Debt is ubiquitous. Debt to GDP levels in Europe are higher than they'd ever been before after World War I, and no one's on the gold standard after World War I. So, in fact, they have to manage democracy, deal with 140, 150% of GDP debt, and figure out how you're going to do central banking. And amazingly, they opt for the gold standard. So it isn't then Britain, France, Germany, none of them are on the gold standard. Italy, in 1919, when the 20s begin, they all have to get back there by convergence with the US. This becomes the great clash between Keynes and Winston Churchill in the 1920s is, what price are we going to pay? This is the cross of gold moment. In America, it's William Jennings Bryan. In Europe, it's in the 1920s. What price are we going to pay for restabilizing? This is what made it feel like the bad Eurozone of the 2010s.
Right, but it's also a big difference between then and now.
Absolutely.
Because those monetary policies were totally rigid as a result, whereas we have much more flexibility and many more tools to be used.
And thank God for that.
and a tremendous number of success stories.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at Europe when it comes to price stability, I don't want to jinx you, but it looks really good right now.
Thank you.
Larry,
That's some good news.
Larry, I think you wanted to take the conversation to a different place.
Yeah, I want to bring it back to today and the things that we need to be mindful of. And I think that's the foundation of how we thought about 2026 World Economic Forum in Davos. And that is how technology is going to be reshaping so many parts of society, whether we get the data right or not. And what I see from the lens of BlackRock, we're seeing more and more industries just have K economies. You have a huge hyper winner and many losers. And the winners in almost every industry are the scale operators who have the opportunity, the internal cash flow, the earnings power to quickly use AI more readily. In the name of like Walmart, they have such fantastic knowledge of inventory control that is beyond almost any other retailer. They understand consumer preferences immediately when a consumer buys something, when thing is taken off the shelf. They can navigate one store versus another store. And you're seeing that in their results. You're seeing them having, almost quarter after quarter, achieving higher returns in a period of time when a lot of retailers are really struggling. We had a bankruptcy of Saks and all that. And I see that in every industry. And we're probably going to see that maybe in every country, that the scale operators right now are winning. And that does not translate into a broadening of the world's economic economy. And in many ways, it may be narrowing. And to me, it's getting back to what Christine was talking about. How quickly can we see the adaptation and the democratization of AI and technology, to me, is going to be the real pivotal point. Can AI be inexpensive enough and ubiquitous enough that it can be spread across small businesses, medium-sized business, and they could grow and have the same advantages of the scale operator. But in this period of time, though, the scale operator is winning. I mean, I see that in the asset management industry. The scale operator is having better connection because of the utilization of more technology. And I think that's just at the beginning stages. And it's going to represent some huge social issues.
Can I just pivot for a moment and just throw one other big issue that happened, not actually in the 1920s, but technically in 1930, that I think is very much on everybody's mind here, talking about parallels, which is that in 1930, President Hoover, who had gone around so desperate to get votes to win the election in 1928, to get votes from farmers, that he pledged to them that he was going to implement tariffs. And 1930 comes around. We already had the crash of 1929. Every economist and banker went down to Washington on their knees and said, please don't do this. I beg you, do not implement these tariffs. And of course, because he had made this pledge to capture these votes, he said he needed to go forward with it. And then, of course, a year later, trade had fallen by 60%. I'm curious how you think about that in the context of where we are now. I imagine the president may even speak about tariffs later today. And also not just what happened in that moment when trade dropped by 60%, but how long it took for some of those tariffs effectively, and because of the politics, to effectively get unwound and moved us into a more global order that may be getting undone in this particular moment. Who wants to take that on?
I mean, I hear Larry's steer to not talk so much more about history. So I'm going to pivot to the present and say the big difference is this issue with fiat currency. Because what really drove the collapse of global trade in the early 30s is the combination of tariffs with currency disorder, the collapse of the gold standard in 31, and then the introduction of massive amounts of quotas. And we are a very long way away from that kind of world in the current moment. So bad as these are, these looks much more like classic trade war kind of tariffs. It's not great, especially given the volatility of the tariff regime in the moment. That's what really makes it odd historically, is that we just literally don't know from week to week what the American tariff will be. But that, I think, is a kind of relatively calming. This is one of the axes I don't see any cause for panic over.
Do you see, though, I'll go to Madam Lagarde, do you see these tariffs as a permanent state? If we're all sitting together 20 years from now, would the tariffs that we're all living through today still be in place to some degree, and that splintering of what our globe looks like and the kind of conversations we have be?
I certainly hope not. But let's see in 20 years' time. You might be here, I might not. But, again, I think what matters is to sort of go under the skin of those tariffs and see who is bearing the brunt of it. And And we might be surprised. You know, I haven't seen many studies, but there is certainly a study by the Kiel Institute in Germany that identifies the US consumer and the US importer as the key carrier of the burden of tariff. If I look at the US-Europe relationship at the moment, from 2% tariffs back a year ago, we are now at 12-point-something tariffs, average across the euro area. With the threat that is looming around, we would move up to 15% on average with heterogeneity. If 96% of that is on the US consumer and the US importer, I don't think that's a very good outcome, particularly in terms of inflation. So I think we need to really go into what are the consequences, what is the spillover impact, what is the inflation outcome as a result, and how is growth affected by that?
Ken, you've been doing the math on that. What do you think?
So, obviously, I've spoken out on this topic over the course of the last year and change, and regretfully, I think some of the concerns that I've highlighted have played out. Tariffs have been regressive on the American consumer, and we've seen the administration roll back tariffs on goods that directly touch the American consumer. Not all goods, but many goods they've rolled back tariffs on. Number two is who pays for the tariff, right? With any tax, and a tariff is a tax, there's always a question, who pays the tax? And in this case, it does appear there's been 2 or 3 studies that have been done that the incidence of this tax is falling on the American consumer and the American corporation and not on foreign companies. And then, of course, cronyism is a constant fear with tariffs, that you create an environment where the company most connected to Washington is the company that curries favor. And that puts small and medium enterprises at a real disadvantage. And I'm going to touch on a point here to go back to your commentary about the rise of these very large, successful businesses. Most of them started as small enterprises in our lifetime.
Right.
The person to my right runs the world's largest asset manager. He started the world's largest asset manager and created that business in a fraction of a lifetime. It's a tremendous success story. It's the story of the vitality of the U.S. economy, that small and medium enterprises in just a few decades can rise to become global leaders. In fact, if we look at the AI firms of today, everyone was talking about Anthropic and OpenAI. Anthropic didn't exist a few years ago. OpenAI didn't exist 15 years ago. NVIDIA was a company that made video game processors. The 3 largest mindshare names in AI are all effectively less than roughly 10 years old. And it's that vitality that draws capital to the United States that does fuel the economic prosperity of America. And we need to continue to protect the opportunity sets for our small and medium enterprises, because you never know which one will be the next BlackRock, the next Anthropic, Apple, and so on.
Larry, I have a technology question for you. One of the reasons we actually did have a crisis in 1929 was the technology, the New York Stock Exchange, couldn't keep up with the trading volume, in truth. I mean, the reason why you see those famous pictures in black and white of people standing, thousands of people standing outside the New York Stock Exchange during October 1929.
Process.
They were standing out there because they were trying to find out what was happening to their money. They didn't know because the processing was so behind. Today, we can get this information on our phone and down to the millisecond. It's almost perfected. At the same time, however, talk about the idea that rumors can spread and spread quickly. In the old days, it took a long time for sort of a bad rumor to spread, and then it took a long time as well, by the way, from the efficiency of it, to correct that rumor. But today, and we saw this with Silicon Valley Bank in the United States, for example, the second that somebody says and goes public and says, I'm taking my account from this bank, everybody can go rush for the exits because they can see all of this in a completely different way. And so while the technology is remarkable in one way, I wonder what you think the risks are the other way.
So I would argue that through transparency, there is actually less risk. I think Silicon Valley was a poorly regulated bank. I mean, actually, BlackRock was asked to do a study on their asset and liability mix. And we determined 2 years before it failed that it was the most mismatched bank in the United States at that time. So I would argue that was a failure of regulation, not a transmission of information. I truly believe, as you talk about other things, I mean, the transmission of information is processed. Yes, we have daily volatility that can be quite extreme at any one given time. But one of the things that we all forget, in 2025, if you pick the first date of each quarter, the 10-year Treasury moved 3 basis points. That's all it did. Each point, January 1st, April 1st and on, the 10-year Treasury moved 3 basis points across, yes, but in between those quarters, there was huge volatility. But that's the efficiency of the market. That is the beauty of what Citadel has created, that the fast movement of money equalizes and we determine in a very rapid period of time what is fair value. And I think that is a magnificence of the capital markets. That transparency is I would say the engine of market movement. And Ken should be answering this question because he's one of the geniuses around the architecture of this. But I would say, getting back to technology for a second, I think the movement towards tokenization, decimalization is necessary. It's ironic that we see 2 emerging countries leading the world in in the tokenization and digitization of their currency. That's Brazil and India. I think we need to move very rapidly to doing that. We would be reducing fees. We would do more democratization by reducing more fees if we had all investments on a tokenized platform that you could move from a tokenized money market fund to equities and bonds and back and forth. We have one common blockchain. We will, we can reduce corruption. So I would argue that yes, we have more dependencies on maybe one blockchain, which we could all talk about. But that being said, the activities are probably processed and more secure than ever before.
We're going to go over time. Ken, real quick, when you think about the technology piece of this right now, I assume you think it's a lot better for society than worse. But I do wonder whether you think the technology piece of this represents a risk that we should even think about.
The technology of our financial markets or technology writ large?
Technologically writ large. I mean, the financial markets, I think, are a lot safer because of
Look, there's a simple, everyone talks about how difficult this moment in history is. Okay. You can live your life you have today or be born as the King of England 200 years ago. Which life would you rather have?
What comes next?
Depends on whether you're...
Final word.
Adam,
Final word to Madame Lagarde. We're out of time.
One's you or not?
In history, what year do you think we really are in? What is the closest analog?
I'm reminded of a quote by Hamilton to King George. What comes next? I think that's what we all wonder. What comes next? But I think we bear all responsibility for what comes next. And my minimal cooperation is the plea that I would put on the table right away.
Madame Lagarde, Adam, Ken, Larry, thank you for the conversation. Thank you very, very much.
It was good.
Mr. President, dear friends, it's really a great honor to welcome you back to our annual meeting, Mr. President, at a defining moment for the global community. It's 10 years since you were here last time, and as we just spoke about in the speaker's room, a lot has changed in a decade. Mr. President, under your leadership, Egypt has remained an anchor of peace and security in a deeply turbulent region. Egypt has played a critical role in supporting efforts towards the ceasefire in Gaza, including through the Sharm el-Sheikh peace declaration, and has consistently advocated dialogue and political solutions for the whole Africa. At the same time, Egypt is consolidating its position as a globally relevant economic and investment hub. With a population exceeding 110 million and a strategic location linking Europe, Asia and Africa, Egypt occupies really a unique place in the global economy. It also, of course, because of its heritage represents a unique place in the world. Your ambitious reform agenda, Mr. President, centered on private sector-led growth and the objective of achieving its highest contribution to the GDP by 2030, sends a strong signal to investors and partners alike. This agenda, underpinned by a positive growth outlook that outperforms many regional peers, is also a testimony to the reforms undertaken. In support of this, we are particularly at the World Economic Forum pleased to also then announce, in collaboration with His Excellency, that we will convene under your patronage a business-focused country strategy meeting in Egypt in the autumn of 2026. So we do expect to see all of you in Cairo in the fall. Mr. President, your participation today reflects Egypt's dual role as a guarantor of regional stability and rising economic force. We're very much looking forward to your speech and for a dialogue. Mr. President, welcome.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيد بورغ براندي الرئيس والمدير التنفيذي للمنتدى الاقتصادي العالمي، السيدات والسادة الحضور، يسعدني في مستهل كلمتي أن أتوجه بخالص الشكر والتقدير إلى السيد بورغ براندي على دعوته الكريمة للمشاركة في الاجتماع السنوي للمنتدى الاقتصادي العالمي. ذلك المحفل البارز الذي يتيح لنا فرصة ثمينة لمناقشة القضايا الدولية والتحديات الراهنة في سبيل تحقيق هدفنا المشترك المتمثل في بناء مستقبل أكثر ازدهارا وعدالة للجميع. إن عالمنا اليوم يواجه تحديات جسيمة أمام مسيرات التنمية، ويشهد تحولات عميقة في أنماط التعاون الدولي إلى جانب تصاعد دور الأدوات المبتكرة القائمة على التقدم التكنولوجي والتحول الرقمي وتطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي. هو ما يفرض علينا جميعا ضرورة تضافر الجهود وتعزيز التعاون والعمل المشترك، بما يمكننا من مواكبة هذه التحولات واستثمار فرصها على نحو يحقق الخير والمنفعة لشعوبنا كافة. وإيمانا منا بأهمية التعاون، تواصل مصر العمل على بناء شراكات إقليمية ودولية راسخة تستهدف تحقيق المنفعة المشتركة وتعزيز التنمية المستدامة، كما تمضي في تهيئة مناخ أعمال جاذب للقطاع الخاص باعتباره شريكا أساسيا في مسيرة التنمية والتقدم والازدهار. غير أن هذه الجهود تواجه تحديات غير مسبوقة على المستويين الإقليمي والدولي في ظل تصاعد الصراعات الجيوسياسية وتجاوز بعض الأطراف لأسس الشرعية الدولية، الأمر الذي يقوض المساعي الرامية إلى تحقيق النمو الاقتصادي ويضعف الجهود المبذولة لحفظ السلم والأمن الدوليين ويحد من فرص العمل المشترك بين الدول. ولذلك تؤكد مصر أن السبيل الوحيد لتحقيق السلام والاستقرار والتنمية بصفة مستدامة يتطلب ما يلي: أولاً، التمسك بالحوار والتعاون الدولي وإعلاء مبادئ الاحترام المتبادل والتعايش السلمي واحترام القانون الدولي وميثاق الأمم المتحدة. ثانياً، الالتزام بتسوية النزاعات بالطرق السلمية وتجنب التصعيد وتهيئة المناخ للتوصل لحلول مستدامة لمختلف الأزمات. ثالثاً، السعي لتعزيز التكامل والاندماج بين الدول ومنح أولوية للقضاء على الفقر والجوع وتحقيق الرخاء المشترك لكافة شعوب العالم. رابعاً، تعزيز دور مؤسسات الأعمال الوطنية والإقليمية والدولية وتمكين القطاع الخاص من القيام بدور محوري في جهود تحقيق التنمية الشاملة. السيدات والسادة، لا تزال القضية الفلسطينية تتصدر أولويات الاهتمام في منطقة الشرق الأوسط، إذ تمثل جوهر الاستقرار الإقليمي وركيزة أساسية لتحقيق السلام العادل والشامل. وفي هذا السياق أود أن أعرب عن تقديري لجهود الرئيس دونالد ترامب والتزامه بوقف الحرب في قطاع غزة وما بذله من مساع لتخفيف المعاناة الإنسانية التي أثقلت كاهل الشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق على مدار أكثر من عامين. وقد جاء انعقاد قمة شرم الشيخ للسلام في 13 أكتوبر 2025 تتويجا لجهود مصر بالتنسيق مع شركائها من أجل وقف إطلاق النار وترسيخ دعائم السلام وفتح آفاق جديدة تحمل الأمل في تحقيق الاستقرار الإقليمي وإطلاق مسار سياسي جاد لتسوية القضية الفلسطينية على نحو عادل وشامل يضمن الحقوق المشروعة للشعب الفلسطيني ويعزز فرص الأمن والتنمية في المنطقة بأسرها. ومن هذا المنطلق أؤكد على ضرورة البناء على مكتسبات قمة شرم الشيخ وتثبيت وقف إطلاق النار وضمان تدفق المساعدات الإنسانية إلى قطاع غزة دون قيود، مع الإسراع في إطلاق عملية التعافي المبكر وإعادة الإعمار في مختلف مناطق القطاع. كما أرحب بإعلان الولايات المتحدة بدء المرحلة الثانية من اتفاق وقف الحرب باعتباره خطوة محورية على طريق تنفيذ خطة السلام وخفض التصعيد في المنطقة، بما يعزز فرص الاستقرار ويفتح آفاق جديدة للتعاون الدولي. وأود أن أجدد التأكيد على أن مصر انطلاقا من دورها التاريخي الراسخ في دعم القضية الفلسطينية لن تدخر جهدا في مواصلة الانخراط مع جميع الأطراف المعنية سعيا إلى إيجاد حل عادل وشامل ودائم لهذه القضية يقوم على أساس حل الدولتين وقرارات الشرعية الدولية ويكفل إقامة الدولة الفلسطينية المستقلة على خطوط 4 يونيو 1967 وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية. السادة الحضور، على الرغم من تعدد الأزمات الإقليمية والدولية استطاعت مصر أن تواصل تنفيذ برنامجها الطموح للإصلاح الاقتصادي من خلال حزمة متكاملة من الإجراءات التي استهدفت ضبط السياسات المالية والنقدية للدولة واستعادة ثقة المستثمرين في السوق المصري وتطوير البيئة التشريعية المنظمة للاستثمار، فضلا عن تقديم حوافز جاذبة للمستثمرين. وقد أولت مصر أولوية خاصة لتعزيز دور القطاع الخاص باعتباره شريكا رئيسيا لا غنى عنه في تحقيق النمو والتنمية الاقتصادية، فوضعت سقفا للاستثمارات الحكومية وأطلقت خطة مدروسة لتخارج الدولة من بعض الاستثمارات العامة، بما يفسح المجال أمام القطاع الخاص لتوسيع مساهمته في النشاط الاقتصادي. وأثمرت هذه الجهود عن تحسن ملحوظ في مؤشرات الأداء الاقتصادي وارتفاع معدلات النمو وزيادة تدفقات الاستثمار الخاص، إلى جانب إشادة واسعة من مؤسسات التمويل الدولية وعلى رأسها صندوق النقد الدولي، فضلا عن قيام مؤسسات التصنيف الائتماني العالمية برفع التصنيف الائتماني لمصر. وأؤكد أن مصر ستواصل مسيرة الإصلاح الاقتصادي وتحقيق التقدم في مسارها التنموي، مع المضي قدما في تطبيق وثيقة سياسة ملكية الدولة التي تحدد الإطار العام لعمل الشركات الحكومية والمملوكة للدولة وتنفيذ برنامج الطروحات الحكومية وتخارج الدولة، بما يعزز مشاركة القطاع الخاص ويضاعف إسهامه في دفع عجلة النمو الاقتصادي. السيدات والسادة، يمثل السوق المصري اليوم مجالا مليئا بالفرص الاستثمارية في مختلف القطاعات، حيث تحرص الدولة على توفير التسهيلات والحوافز اللازمة، لا سيما في مجالات الطاقة الجديدة والمتجددة وصناعة السيارات، بما في ذلك السيارات الكهربائية، إلى جانب الصناعات الدوائية واللوجستية وقطاعات الاتصالات وتكنولوجيا المعلومات، خاصة تطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي. وأدعوكم إلى اغتنام هذه الفرص والاستفادة من البنية التحتية المتطورة التي أنجزتها مصر خلال الأعوام الماضية في مجالات الطرق والاتصالات والنقل واللوجستيات والمناطق الحرة، وعلى وجه الخصوص المنطقة الاقتصادية لقناة السويس التي تمثل منصة استراتيجية للتجارة والاستثمار. كما أؤكد أن المستثمر الذي يختار العمل في مصر لا يقتصر مكسبه على السوق المحلي الواعد، بل ينفتح أمامه أيضا أفق أوسع عبر شبكة اتفاقيات التجارة الحرة التي أبرمتها مصر سواء في الإطار الإفريقي أو العربي، بما يتيح له النفاذ إلى أسواق ضخمة قائمة بالفعل ويضاعف من فرص النمو والتوسع الإقليمي والدولي. السادة الحضور، في الختام أود أن أجدد التأكيد على أن مصر ستواصل دورها الفاعل في ترسيخ دعائم الأمن والاستقرار على المستويين الإقليمي والدولي، والمضي قدما في تحقيق التنمية والنمو الاقتصادي، كما تتطلع مصر إلى تعزيز التعاون مع كافة الشركاء من أجل بلوغ هذه الأهداف المنشودة. ويسعدني أن أرحب بإعلانكم تنظيم جلسة مخصصة للأعمال في مصر خلال العام الجاري تحت رعايتي، وأتطلع إلى مواصلة التنسيق معكم خلال الفترة المقبلة لإنجاح هذا الحدث المهم. وأغتنم هذه المناسبة لأتمنى لكم التوفيق والنجاح في مختلف فعاليات المنتدى، وشكرا جزيلا.
Mr. President, thank you so much for your speech. And my interpretation is that geopolitics are challenging, but economy is going a lot better than the geopolitics. But if you look at the region of Middle East and North Africa, the MENA region, how do you interpret from the Egyptian side what is now unfolding? And how do you think we can move more decisive towards peace and reconciliation moving forward?
أنا بشكرك جدا على هذا السؤال، وأيضا اسمح لي أقول لك إن الإجراءات اللي إحنا عملناها في مصر، سواء كان على مستوى الجيوسياسي زي ما ذكرنا في كلمتي اللي أنا تحدثت منها، على إن مصر حاولت خلال مش بس السنوات الأخيرة من الأزمة الخاصة بقطاع غزة، ولكن خلال ال10 سنوات اللي كنا احنا مسؤولين فيها اللي أنا كنت مسؤول فيها عن المسؤولية للدولة المصرية. احنا كنا حريصين على أن مصر تكون عنصر استقرار في المنطقة اللي بتعاني من بعض يعني الاضطرابات واللي بدأت في 2011. واحنا ما نسيناش واحنا بنعمل ده ان نكون عامل الاستقرار. احنا كنا عارفين كويس ان احنا لابد ان احنا نبذل جهود كبيرة جدا على الصعيد الاقتصادي في مصر لتجهيز الدولة عشان يعني تنطلق في هذا المجال لتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة اللي احنا وضعناها حتى 2030. وخلينا اتكلم هنا، أنا ذكرت في كلمتي إن احنا عملنا إجراءات كثيرة جدا تهدف إلى جذب القطاع الخاص وتجهيز البنية التحتية في مصر. وده أمر ممكن يتقال عنوان صغير إن عملنا بنية تحتية مناسبة، لكن أنا بتصور إن كان من ضمن عناصر البنية التحتية هو عامل الاستقرار أيضا اللي احنا حرصنا على إنه احنا يبقى موجود. وهنا أنا عايز أقول للمستثمرين ورجال الأعمال والمهتمين بالاستثمار في مصر، مصر مارست سياسة بترتكز على دعم الاستقرار والحفاظ عليه، مش بس داخل الدولة المصرية، حتى في محيطها الإقليمي والدولي. وكانت دايما مشاركتها إيجابية في هذا الأمر، مش عشان تحافظ على مناخ الاستثمار في مصر، لا، كهدف من أهداف الدولة المصرية بالحفاظ على أو استعادة الاستقرار اللي تعرضت به المنطقة خلال السنوات العشر الماضية. إذن لو أنا اتكلمت على جيوسياسي فيما يخص الدور المصري، كان دور إيجابي جدا جدا في تحقيق الاستقرار سواء للدولة المصرية أو للمنطقة ما أمكن. ويمكن ده تجلى زي ما أنا قلت برضو في أكتوبر 2025 بمؤتمر شرم الشيخ لقضية من أصعب القضايا اللي مرت خلال ال10 سنين اللي فاتوا، هي قضية الحرب في غزة واللي استمرت تقريبا سنتين. واللي احنا بنتمنى ان دورنا الإيجابي ده يتكلل بيه ان المرحلة الثانية اللي تم إطلاقها بواسطة الرئيس تنجح وكل الدعم ليها سواء مننا أو من المجتمع الدولي. أرجع تاني مرة، ده شق كنا شايفينه مهم جدا في الحفاظ على يعني مناخ مناسب للاستثمار في مصر. لكن جوه مصر احنا عملنا، وانا يمكن بوسع قوي في إجابة السؤال او التعليق على الكلام، احنا بذلنا جهد كبير جدا جدا حتى نقوم بتنفيذ بنية أساسية متطورة في مصر. ما سبناش مجال من مجالات البنية الأساسية أو التحتية إلا ما اشتغلنا عليها. احنا عندنا شواطئ تمتد على البحر الأحمر والبحر المتوسط، تم إنشاء شبكة موانئ متطورة جدا، وتم ربط هذه الشبكة الموانئ سواء على البحر المتوسط أو البحر الأحمر بشبكة طرق متقدمة جدا وشبكة نقل بالسكة الحديد متقدمة جدا. نفس الكلام بالنسبة للمطارات، نفس الكلام بالنسبة لمجالات الطاقة. اللي أنا عايز أقوله حتى مجالات التعليم اعتبرناها جزء من أجزاء تطوير التعليم وتحديثه، وده احنا ضاعفنا عدد الجامعات في مصر من أجل تجهيز عمالة لسوق عمل متقدم ومتطور. ثم إجراءات أخرى احنا عملناها في مجال البنية التشريعية وإجراءات الإصلاح الاقتصادي اللي شهد عليها صندوق النقد الدولي، واللي احنا يمكن آخر مراجعة اللي تمت من الشهر اللي فات، وتأكيد إن مصر يعني بتمشي في الطريق الصحيح. ويمكن معدل النمو اللي أنا بذكره دلوقتي كجزء من تقديم مصر لضيوفنا اللي موجودين، إن معدل النمو في الربع الأولاني وصل ل5.3، ويمكن تكون الحكومة في مصر سعيدة بالمعدل ده، لكن احنا بنتمنى إن احنا نحقق معدلات أكتر من كده. اتكلمت كتير في الموضوع، لكن عايز أقول أنا بحاول أحول إجابتي لصالح اللي احنا عملناه واللي كتير من الحاضرين ممكن يكونوا ما يعرفوش. البيئة في مصر جاذبة جدا اتفاقيات تجارة حرة مع المنطقة الأفريقية، مع المنطقة العربية. عندنا مناطق اقتصادية ذات طبيعة خاصة. ما ننساش التطور أو التطوير اللي احنا عملناه في قناة السويس حتى نيسر لحركة التجارة من الشمال للجنوب. كل الكلام ده، وزي ما قلت المناطق الاقتصادية الخاصة اللي موجودة، اللي عايز يعمل مشروع في اللوجستيات، في الطاقة الهيدروجين، في الاتصالات، في مراكز البيانات، في الأدوية، حتى في مجالات زي التعليم والصحة، احنا مستعدين نقدم له الحوافز اللازمة لإنجاح استثماراته في مصر. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I think this gave an excellent overview of the region, but also the reforms. We have a few minutes left, so I would like to touch on two things. Let me start with maybe the easiest. It is how Egypt is now also, with the reforms you mentioned, adjusting to the new economic reality. Because since last time you were here, a decade ago, no one spoke about artificial intelligence. There were almost no electrical vehicles. Things are changing very much, and the growth in the years to come will be strongest in digital trade and in these new technologies. And how do you prepare Egypt for that? I think you already touched on some of the reforms there that will apply, but just to also focus with such a young population, I guess you also have big opportunities because this young generation is very tech savvy.
صحيح. أنا بس عايز أقول إن إحنا في مصر الخطة كانت خطة شاملة لإعداد الدولة مش يعني لجذب المستثمرين وأيضا للانطلاق للمستقبل. فأنا المجالات بتاعت الذكاء الاصطناعي وموضوع السيارات الكهربائية ومجالات أخرى كتير أيضا احنا بنتحدث عنها. احنا اتكلمنا على إن احنا على سبيل المثال في تجهيز الدولة كبني أسامي اتكلمت عليها سلفا، يعني بقول تاني إن احنا عملنا حوافز للمستثمرين في المجالات اللي احنا بنستهدف ان هي تاخد قوة دفع اكبر. ان احنا حاولنا يكون لدينا الطاقة اللازمة عشان تنجح هذا المسار. والطاقة اللي انا بقصدها مش طاقة فقط طاقة كهربائية مثلا اللي احنا ضاعفناها، لكن انا بتكلم على طاقة اعداد جيل من الشباب في الجامعات المختلفة في علوم الذكاء الاصطناعي والاتصالات والرقمنة، تهدف إلى أن يكون عندنا، احنا بالمناسبة لدينا أكثر من 30 مليون شاب وشابة أو في التعليم، 25 في التعليم الأساسي وتقريبا من 4.5-5 مليون في التعليم الجامعي. وبالتالي الفرصة عندنا فرصة كبيرة جدا جدا من خلال الاهتمام بأن احنا نجهز جيل قادر على أن هو يستوعب التكنولوجيا ويشارك فيها، ويبقى لو في مجالات بنهدف ان احنا نبقى نحقق فيها طموح كبير حتى 2030 يبقى الشباب ده قادر على ان هو يشارك ويساهم فيها. وبالمناسبة سوق التعهيد في مصر من أفضل الأسواق اللي موجودة أو المشاركات اللي موجودة على مستوى العالم تقريبا، وإحنا بنطمع إن إحنا ندخل في مجالات أكتر من كده أكثر تقدما وأكثر تخصصا في هذا المجال.
So maybe then the last question, I see we have a few minutes left, is about the region, the Middle East region. And as you underlined, I think we all know that Egypt is an anchor. It is between Europe, Africa, and Asia. If you look at the regional developments the last year, I guess there has been developments in Lebanon and Syria. that have been moving in a new direction. You have the situation in Sudan and Yemen that I guess will be on the problematic side. So, and Libya, I don't know, I don't want to characterize, I leave that to you, Mr. President, to find the right words. But if you look at the region overall, do you think this is going to be a calmer year, or are we still going to have the challenges? And tomorrow, as you know, President Trump is also launching the board of peace here. So even in Davos, there will be some developments.
طب خليني اقول لك ان احنا زي ما قلت برضه في المقدمه اللي انا حاولت ان انا اتكلم فيها كتير عن موضوعات مختلفه كشكل من اشكال الحديث عن المنطقه وعن مصر. خلال 10 سنين، ويمكن دي السياسه المصريه امتداد لسياسه مصريه سابقه، كانت دايما مصر بتؤمن بعدم التدخل في شؤون الدول، وان هي بتدعم دايما ان الدول اي دول بما فيها دول المنطقه طبعا ان هي تبقى بتعتمد على المؤسسات والاجهزه الوطنيه فقط في اداره الدوله. لان احنا كان لينا راي وتصور ان دايما لما بيكون في مثلا ميليشيات او جماعات مسلحه موجوده في دول بتؤثر بشكل سلبي، ودي النتيجه اللي احنا بنشوفها وشايفينها دلوقتي في دول من غير ما اسمي اسماء عشان ما نعملش
Please feel free.
يعني ما هو فيل فري معاك، لكن انا عايز ابقى فيل فري معاهم هم. لكن خليني اقول يعني انا برى ان الامور في لبنان بتسير مش بس في طريق جديد، انا بتكلم ان هي في طريق سليم، هو طريق جديد وسليم. واتمنى من في لبنان انها خلال الفتره دي تجد السبيل لتحقيق الاستقرار الكامل والنمو بالدوله اللبنانيه اللي احنا اتعودنا عليها خلال سنين. في بدايه شبابي كانت لبنان هي محطه انظار الشرق كله، فارجو ان هي تعود مره ثانيه. برضو التطورات اللي في سوريا بتؤشر الى ان الامور بتسير في اتجاه اتمنى ان هو يستقبل بان كل اطياف او اطراف الدوله السوريه تبقى بشكل او باخر موجوده داخل يعني هقولها بطريقه ثانيه انه لا يستثنى احد من الحوار ومن المشاركه السياسيه في الدوله السوريه. الدعم اللي موجود مننا لكل الاشقاء في ليبيا، في سوريا، في اليمن، في السودان، في الصومال، لاي دوله في منطقتنا، هي الحرص على الحفاظ على الاستقرار واستعادته، عدم التدخل في شؤون الدول، لان كل دوله لها خصوصيتها واحنا بنحترم هذا الامر حتى لا تتعقد الامور اكتر من اللازم. اذا انا بتكلم على ان الهدف اللي احنا شايفينه واللي احنا اعلناه من 2014 وحتى الان هو استعاده الدوله في ليبيا، استعاده الدوله في السودان، استعاده الدوله في لبنان، استعاده الدوله في سوريا، استعاده الدوله في الصومال، استعاده الدوله عشان تنطلق الدوله تحت قياده وطنيه شرعيه تاخد الدوله وتحل المسائل اللي موجوده. فمصر دورها، وانا مش بقول كلام العالم كله عارف ده كويس، دور ايجابي جدا جدا في محاوله تحقيق الاستقرار في المنطقه المضطربه ديت. وخلي اقول خلال السنتين بتوع الحرب بتوع غزه احنا عندنا مرفق زي مرفق قناه السويس، ده يعني ممر ملاحي عالمي بتمر فيه تقريبا 12% من التجاره العالميه، وتاثر بالاحداث اللي تمت في الوقت دوت. ورغم من تاثير ده احنا حرصنا على ان احنا ايضا نتحمل التاثير. احنا فقدنا ما يقرب من 9 مليار دولار عوائد مباشره من داخل قناه السويس نتيجه الاحداث اللي حصلت خلال السنتين اللي فاتوا اللي هم من أكتوبر 23 وحتى وقف الحرب اللي أعلن في شرم الشيخ. تحملنا ده كنا طرف إيجابي في عدم التصعيد رغم الضرر الكبير اللي حصل علينا. هذا الأمر أيضا يعني في قطاع غزة مصر كان دورها إيجابي جدا جدا في محاولة لإطفاء الاقتتال والحرب اللي موجودة طوال مدة الحرب، إدخال مساعدات، محاولة لتخفيف من آثار الحرب وإيقافها، كانت مشاركة إيجابية. وده السياسة المصرية هي سياسة تتسم بالإيجابية والحرص على الاستقرار على المستوى الوطني، على المستوى الإقليمي، على المستوى الدولي.
Thank you so much for your strong speech and excellent answers. I hope there will be not 10 years before we can wish you back to Davos. Mr. President, things have changed, but as the President said when we spoke, not the weather. Yes. So thank you again, and big applause to President Sisi.
Can Europe defend itself? Hello and a very warm welcome to this special edition of Deutsche Welle's Conflict Zone from the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. I'm Sarah Kelly. We're here with the NATO Secretary General, Mark Rutte, the President of Poland, Karol Nawrocki, the President of Finland, Alexander Stubb, the President of the European Investment Bank, Nadia Calviño, and the CEO of Sanofi, Paul Hudson. Welcome to all of you, and thank you so much for joining us. Now, this question, can Europe defend itself, has really been thrust into the forefront as Donald Trump threatens allies over Greenland. As we wait for Trump to deliver a statement in just a few hours, there has been so much discussion in the past few days, not only about the potential for a trade war with Europe, but also even the collapse of the NATO alliance itself. And with that, Mr. Secretary General, I'd like to begin with you, because with the U.S. still a guarantor of European security, are European NATO allies hostage to Trump's demands?
Well, listen, NATO, since 1949, is the transatlantic alliance. And I think we have to be very careful in considering the fact that the US and Canada are not only in NATO to prevent the historic mistake the US made, in their own view, after the First World War, which was retreating from the world stage, and then the long arm of history reaching out to the US again in the Second World War, not wanting to repeat that mistake. They are in NATO because NATO is crucial not only for the defense of Europe, but also for the defense of the United States. For the United States to stay safe, you need a safe Arctic, a safe Atlantic, and a safe Europe. And all the military and all the politicians in the US know this, and we really have to be mindful of this. So when the question is Europe safe? Yes, Europe is safe because of what Europe is doing itself within NATO, but also because we have that strong transatlantic relationship.
But we know the history, we know the stakes. Let's talk about the current dynamics, and I'd like to ask you, for perhaps a bit of reflection here, did you ever think that you would ever see one NATO member threaten the territorial integrity of another? I mean, you have now the Prime Minister of Greenland telling his public an attack cannot be ruled out.
Listen, my role as NATO Secretary General, when there is tension within the alliance, it has been there in the past between Greece and Turkey, there have been other moments when there was tension, then my predecessors always took the view that they should not comment on that in public. That's impossible. Why is that impossible? Because as soon as I do, I cannot any longer help to somehow, with others, of course, not me, only myself, but of course with other leaders, to basically diffuse the tension, to de-escalate, etc. That's why you will not hear me comment. You can be assured that I'm working on this issue behind the scenes, but I cannot do that in public. Sorry, no comments from me on Greenland.
Well, sometimes behind the scenes comments do become public in various ways, as we've seen in the past few days.
That's true.
You've talked about security in the Arctic. No matter how you come out of this Greenland row, I mean, it really seems as if the dynamics have fundamentally changed within NATO. You have Macron saying yesterday, we are shifting to a world without rules. Hasn't all of this fundamentally damaged the foundations of NATO, the shared trust, the shared values?
Of course, I see that there are these tensions at the moment. There's no doubt. Again, I'm not going to comment on that, but I can assure you the only way to deal with that is, in the end, thoughtful diplomacy. So statements from me will not add anything here. And when it comes to the Arctic, I think President Trump is right. Other leaders in NATO are right. We need to defend the Arctic. We know that these sea lanes are opening up. We know that China and Russia are increasingly active in the Arctic. There are 8 countries bordering on the Arctic. 7 are a member of NATO. That's Finland and Sweden and Norway and Denmark, Iceland, Canada and the US. And there's only 1 country bordering on the Arctic outside NATO, and that's Russia. And I would argue there is a 9th country, which is China, which is increasingly active in the Arctic region. So President Trump and other leaders are right. We have to do more there. We have to protect the Arctic against Russian and Chinese influence. And that's exactly what NATO ambassadors decided to do in September. We are working on that, making sure that collectively will we defend the Arctic region.
I'd like to turn to Poland now. You have traditionally been furiously pro-American in terms of, efforts to keep them on board as a guarantor of security in Europe. You've turned the term to the Greenland dispute, and again, this was a comment that I understand you made last week, a matter between the Danish Prime Minister and President Trump. Just briefly, do you still stand by that after everything that you've seen in the past days and weeks?
Of course, United States of America are the most important Polish bilateral ally, but we also appreciate a lot NATO. We are the part of NATO, and we feel responsible for NATO. This is the biggest alliance in the history of 20th century. I think, like Mark Rutte, the NATO is stable, NATO is solidifying, but we of course recognize some problems about the Greenland. And I'm looking at the problem of Greenland from the strategic side. We have Chinese, we have Russian. We feel in Poland Russian threat for 3 centuries even, and we understand it at all in eastern flank of NATO. And if we consider, ladies and gentlemen, that global GDP is consisted of 15% of European Union involvement and 15% of United States of America involvement, but according in terms of security, United States of America paying 65% for NATO and Europeans 35%, we have to consider what Donald Trump would like to say about the security, because he's responsible for security of the world as the leader, and he would like to support.
Do you really think you can stay out of this? Do you really think you can stay out of this row? Do you really think that, isn't this the moment right now for solidarity in Europe? Isn't this key to a united and a strong response?
There is the necessity of solidarity in Europe, but there is also the necessity of building the good transatlantic relations. And I think that transatlantic relations are very important. We know in Europe, Alex, all my European friends knows how many mistakes had Europe done after and before 2022, and Donald Trump tried to convince our European partners that we have to solidify, and his voice is very important because of the financial, because of the strategic, geopolitical point of view. I, of course, hope that it will be solved thanks to all partners on the diplomatic way, and
how far are you willing to go to have good transatlantic relations? Does that mean giving the Americans Greenland, selling the Americans Greenland? How far should European allies go if the Americans do move on Greenland?
We have 10,000 American soldiers in Poland. We buy American military equipment, which is the best on the world. South Korean is also very good, but American is...
and Finnish tanks you buy.
And Finnish tanks.
A little bit of a commercial break here,
We have the biggest army in East Central Europe. Poland increased the percent of GDP for military service almost to 5%. So we feel responsible for Poland. I believe in Polish soldiers, in our alliance, but United States of America, for all eastern flank of NATO, are very important ally. And those relations are also based on our history. This is the relation of values. We have common independence heroes in Poland and in United States of America. So I think that we should solve this problem on diplomatic way. Of course, I appreciate Denmark voice is natural. It's our partner, Denmark. But I'm looking at the Greenland as strategic point in the geopolitical issue between free world, democracy's world, independence, and with Russia.
President Stubb, I'd like to turn to you now because you, along with the Secretary General, have been known as the Trump whisperers. Now you're on the list being targeted for sanctions. You recently joined the NATO alliance. Is it just in time for its dissolution?
No, not at all. I think actually we're in the process of creating a stronger NATO than we have seen since the end of the Cold War. this is pretty much NATO 3.0. Remember that after the end of the Cold War, a lot of NATO countries actually dropped their guard in terms of defense expenditure and capabilities, whereas a country like Finland, which stayed outside, didn't do that. We still have conscription. And speaking of the Arctic, we have the biggest military force of Arctic capabilities in the alliance. We have 1 million individuals, men and women, who've had their military training in Arctic conditions. So I think we're strengthening, actually, the alliance as we speak. And remember that we've doubled the border of the alliance with NATO, with Finland joining and then with Sweden joining. So I think we're creating a new NATO where Europe takes more responsibility.
So then take us to the diplomatic efforts and how you are trying to do that. Because, we saw over the weekend, you along with your Norwegian counterpart sent this message to Trump calling for a de-escalation of tension. He responded quite quickly saying he's no longer purely thinking of peace. Who or what can diffuse the tensions over Greenland, if not you?
Thank you, Alex.
Anytime. You want to take this one, Mark? No, I mean, listen, we're now in a phase in the transatlantic relationship, and you'll know that I'm pro-European, pro-American, and therefore by default pro-transatlantic. We are in a relationship which is much more direct than it's ever actually been. I mean, the communication channels that we have directly with the president and with the administration are actually good and solid. And then, at times there are curveballs flying in different types of directions. We try to catch them and we try to solve them. You have two schools of thought here on Greenland. One is to de-escalate, and the other one is to escalate to de-escalate. And I think at the end of the day, we'll find an off-ramp on this. I'll make two final remarks. If someone would have told me in Washington, D.C., for the 75th anniversary of the alliance, that we're going to increase our defense expenditure next year to 5%, I would have said, you have no clue about international relations or seek help with a doctor. We did. And I think what we need as an off-ramp now is some kind of a process whereby we start working on a real problem, which is Arctic security. Unfortunately, as Mark said, we have 7 countries, Arctic countries, one of them with a huge military that can help to deal with this. So let's start working towards a process which leads us to a NATO summit in Ankara where we actually strengthen Arctic security within the alliance. So this is what we're working on.
Okay. Nadia, I'd like to ask you about the money. This is a key point also to can Europe defend itself, which is the topic that we're discussing today. The EU is freeing up hundreds of billions of euros to ramp up defense spending. You're part of that. You have quickly ramped up your capacity to mobilize capital for defense investment. This is something that's new for your bank, we also have to mention. How much do you see your future being defense and defense-related projects?
It's been a sea change in the last 2 years, and we were just discussing with Alex that in the past was also working at the European Investment Bank, how things have changed, in the last couple of years, in that we have extended the scope of projects we are financing, and we have reached this magical number of 5% of our financing inside the Union last year, in 2025. So that outperformed our targets. We were hoping to reach that level this year in 26, but we already did in 25. We have a very robust pipeline of flagship projects, a number of them in Poland, by the way. So that's European solidarity, actually supporting the defense of Poland on the eastern flank. And so my answer would undoubtedly be, yes, Europe can defend itself.
Paul, I'd like to turn to you also with that, because there's a role for the private sector as well here. NATO is treating medical preparedness as part of collective defense. You have many of your capabilities anchored in Europe. Does what you are hearing about European defense in the past days make you feel secure as a business person? And how do you see the private sector's role?
The subjects that are being discussed are obviously extremely important, and I trust in the process that people will get to the right conclusion. I think health is unrecognized as the severity of what could happen if health sovereignty, innovation sovereignty, protecting populations is deprioritized. I think NATO have made that point about making sure that people can get medicines they need in difficult times. I think in COVID, my own personal experience was that I was getting calls from heads of state, ministers of health saying, we need medicines, give them to us, don't give them to anybody else. it quickly delineated and fragmented. And it worried us greatly, given the importance of trying to work together to find some unity to make sure that we do things for Europe. Now, Sanofi is more than 50% of our manufacturing and R&D spend is in Europe. And so we believe that we're one of the few companies that has that resiliency to be able to provide. But there is a real moment for Europe. Perhaps it's not on the scale of this conversation and Greenland, but it is a real moment. Europe has long time been one of the great discoverers of medicines, the great providers. Pressure from Donald Trump on the price that is paid for medicines in Europe has put it into focus. And for the first time, China and the US publish more clinical papers, win more Nobel Prizes, discover more medicines than Europe. And Europe's slipping behind. And it's a moment. It is still in control. While I listen to this conversation, sometimes I worry that there's a lot to be managed, escalate to de-escalate. Europe, in particular, has health innovation and health sovereignty in the palm of its hand. And if it chooses to step forward, it can protect, it can innovate, it can compete. This is a moment not to be squandered.
I'd just like to add something and kind of reset us a little bit. We're talking about can Europe defend itself, and something that's really interesting is that we have not said the word Russia or Ukraine, I think, so far in this conversation. And it just goes to show you actually how the conversation has changed. But I'd like to really take it back to now defense capabilities, the spending that also we were talking about. Polish president, we know that you're already projecting to get to 5% of GDP this year. You're doing all of this spending, hundreds of billions of euros being ramped up, but to still be dependent on the Americans. And I'm talking about key things. So air transport, strategic command and control systems, high-end intelligence. Do you get the sense, especially after the events of the past days, that Europeans are really in a state of urgency to quickly ramp up the ability to handle a protracted conflict without the U.S.? What is the plan B if diplomacy fails?
I understand your question, but I would like to assure you that our Polish independence and sovereignty is very strong. The first, I believe in Polish soldiers, of course, in our history and our readiness to fight with everyone who would like to invade Poland. So we felt a strong country on the eastern flank of NATO. But we also believe in diplomacy. It's natural in NATO, our cooperation with NATO, with European Union. Diplomacy is, of course, the part of the security guarantees. But what we can do as the Republic of Poland, that our friends also doing this, I see the President of Latvia, Baltic states, we, of course, made the decisions to increase the budget for military service. And it was the great achievement of Europe. But what have happened? In Hague, Donald Trump pushed Europeans to increase the military service cost and GDP. Also, European Union need Donald Trump to be pushed by him to increase this budget. It's not a good way, and many countries inside Europe still haven't done this. So, you know, we have big problem about the feeling for our security and responsibility for secure European Union.
I'm going to get to you in just a second, Mr. Secretary General, of course. But
can I
President Stubb, I'd like to ask you first. Do you see this sense of urgency for a plan B among your European partners? Is there the need for that? And who should lead the charge? Because, I mean, it's a bit unfair. We're sitting here on the panel with Finland and Poland. You know, you are really doing a lot when it comes to defense, especially Finland. You have this comprehensive approach to defense in your country. Are your partners, are they experiencing the urgency? Who needs to come up with the plan B and lead the charge?
Well, I mean, two answers. First is a direct answer to the question of this panel, can Europe defend itself? My answer is unequivocally yes.
Without the Americans?
Without the Americans. I mean...
How?
Well, look.
But you're relying on them for these key elements. How would you do it at scale and at duration and at intensity?
With an assumption that the United States would cut off completely any kind of work.
Yeah.
Well, if we look at the defense composure of Europe by and large, and a country like Finland, so how do we do it? We have conscription. 1 million have done it. We can mobilize 280,000 soldiers within weeks. We have 62 F-18s. Your next question is going to be, do they fly without Americans? No, they don't. But do we trust that they will continue to fly because it's in the interest of America to do so? Yes. We just bought 64 F-35s. We have the biggest artillery in Europe together with Poland. We have long-range missiles, land, sea, and air. We don't have this because we're worried about Stockholm, right? So, the bottom line is that if you ask me the question that can the Finnish military defend itself against a Russian attack, the whole defense posture of the way in which you do it, yes, we can. But then the second question which you were alluding to, I think we also have to understand that you fight wars on the battlefield, but you win them at home. And that means that all of us need to focus more on comprehensive security. The civilian side of things. That's why we have civilian shelters for 4.4 million Finns. That's why we have a security of supply where we don't get into any kind of trouble with food shortages, energy shortages, or electricity grids, because we've got this. And this is the, I think, capability that a lot of European states need to do. My absolutely final point. It's all good and well to talk about percentages, but just remember, you don't fight wars with percentages. You fight wars with capabilities, and those you just need to have in stock.
Do European NATO allies need to think more about having capabilities that overlap with the United States?
Well, this is
to hedge their bets.
The NATO is constructed like this, that the US, Canada, and the European NATO allies were completely integrated. It doesn't mean that there is the US coming to the rescue of Europe or Europe coming to the rescue of the United States. We are working completely integrated. And for the protection of both the US and Europe, it's crucial that NATO is there. There was one big irritant on the American side with NATO. And the big irritant since Eisenhower was that they were spending, the US was spending, so much more than Europe was spending. Even today, the US is spending 3.5% of GDP on core defense. We are spending in Europe average 2% of defense. And here's my question to the audience. I mean, many of you, I know, criticize Donald Trump. But do you really think that without Donald Trump, 8 big economies in Europe, including Spain and Italy and Belgium, Canada, by the way, also outside Europe, would have come to 2%? In 2025, when they were only on 1.5% at the beginning of the year? No way. Without Donald Trump, this would never have happened. They're all on 2% now. Do you really think that in the summit in The Hague, as already Alex was saying, sorry, the president of Finland was saying, that we would come to an overall defense spending of 5%, including 3.5% in core defense, if President Trump would not have been re-elected as president of the United States? No way. It would never have happened. So again, I'm not popular with you now because I'm defending Donald Trump, but I really believe we can be happy that he is there because he has forced us in Europe to step up, to face the consequences, that we have to take care more of our own defense. And this is the thing. The Americans still have over 80,000 soldiers in Europe. They are still, including in Poland, in Germany, etc. They are still heavily invested in European defense. And yes, they have to pivot more towards Asia. So it is only logical for them to expect us in Europe to step up over time. And there is this plan already since Jens Stoltenberg, my predecessor, designed it, the NATO defense planning process, to over time make sure that Europe can take over more of these capabilities, of these core enablers from the US to do more of the protection of the European continent. We're still having a strong conventional US presence in Europe, also going forward. And of course, the nuclear umbrella as our ultimate guarantor. But again, I'm absolutely convinced without Donald Trump, we would not have taken those decisions, and they are crucial, particularly for the European and the Canadian side of NATO, to really grow up in the post-Cold War world.
Madam Kelly, you are not happy with this answer, I suppose, of Mark Rutte, that we need Donald Trump in the European Union, but we believe in our military service in Poland. I would like to add that Poland won with the Soviets and Bolsheviks. Finland won with the Soviets and Bolsheviks in 20th century. Japanese and Afghans one with the Soviet Union. So we are ready in our countries to secure our independence, but we need geopolitical and some relations in Europe and in the world to be stronger.
We have time for just a quick closing round now, and I'd like to turn to Nadia to kick us off with that, because we have the statement from the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen yesterday describing a seismic change that makes it necessary to build a new form of European independence. And I'm wondering if you can give us, from the investment perspective, what you think is necessary to realize that vision.
I want to, since it's a closing remark, and I was listening to my colleagues, and I want to say, I think the European Union is a superpower. And I think we have to believe in ourselves and our capability. And I'm very happy to see three leaders that are really very self-assured, you know, because that's what I think we need, to speak clearly. We are a superpower when it comes to research, to health tech, to new technologies, to research centers, to universities. We are in quantum computing, we are in key technologies. We are not a defense superpower because the European Union is a project for peace. So it makes sense that we need some time to ramp it up. From the European Investment Bank perspective, we're all in to support Europe to be stronger in the world, but also to contribute to a peaceful world, a multilateral framework that actually can continue to provide us with win-win partnerships based on respect, shared prosperity, stability, because I think that that's, at the end of the day, what our children and grandchildren expect from us that are at the helm of important institutions at this historic moment for us.
Paul, what do you think? What do you think is needed for this new form of European independence from your business perspective?
I think it's a moment for us, again, what the Secretary-General just said about defense spending, contribution to NATO. The President of the United States has done the same in healthcare spend in most of the European markets, in the UK, demanding in the UK to go from 0.3% GDP to 0.6% over a period of time to pay for innovation in the countries. You know, that's a really remarkable intervention or challenge from the President of the United States. I've been in healthcare 35 years. I'm having different conversations with heads of state and ministers of health, ministers of finance, on what it takes to be the champion for the innovation. One of the things you've got to do is give patients in your country access to the best medicines in the world. You can't want the manufacturing, want the research euro, but then not give it to patients. And I think that's a real issue. A lot of people are still struggling to understand that 54% of medicines approved by the European Medicines Agency aren't available to patients in Europe. Approved in Europe, for Europe, not available, because money is not being made available because there are other priorities. And we don't ever belittle the trade-offs. Draghi was very clear. Everybody read the report. Everybody understood it. My conversations with the Commission have focused on fair play between member states and not enough on competing with China and the US. I think the US is ready for the challenge because in the end, patients win with access to innovation. I think China is coming. China is going to launch 40% of the world's new medicines by 2030. 40%. And we're not having that conversation. Europe has all of the skills and capabilities, if prioritized, to get it done and to compete, not just to play fair, but to compete in the rest of the world.
I want to turn to Poland now. And Mr. President, I'd like to ask you, we mentioned a little bit earlier, I mean, you know, the threat that is posed by Russia, its ongoing invasion of Ukraine. You know this, of course, better than anyone, being on the eastern flank there. Do you think, you know, in all of this talk, in all of this conversation over Greenland, is Ukraine the casualty here? Do we run that risk?
Can you repeat? I don't understand. Is Ukraine...
The conversation has been dominated in the past week and days.
Yeah, about Greenland.
About Greenland.
Yeah. Okay, and... No,
where is the attention now on Ukraine? What could this potentially mean for Ukraine? What could it mean for the resources that they need so desperately in order to maintain this fight on the European continent?
I think that Ukraine issue subject after the attack of Russian Federation is most important, not only for Poland and eastern flank of NATO, but for all free world. And I think that the problem around Greenland doesn't mean that we don't think about the Ukraine. We support Ukraine in Poland, in NATO, in European Union. United States of America supported Ukraine, and we have to consider this problem as the main problem in Europe nowadays. And I'm very happy that we are going, maybe slowly, but we are going to long-lasting peace in Ukraine. This must happen, I think. But I'm not afraid, Madam Kali, that the situation around the Greenland means that we forget about Ukraine. We understand the problem about the Ukraine and still feel the Russian threat. We are still in Eastern Central Europe under the Russian threat, and I think that we are in the middle of the hybrid war. This is the peculiar Soviet composition which we have known for 100 years. You know, this is the composition of a military force, information, disinformation, propaganda, and we are nowadays in the middle of hybrid war in the European Union.
President Stubb, I'd like to ask you as well. The U.S. administration has made it very clear. We are in an era now of hard power, and they will wield it where they feel it is advantageous or necessary. You've said earlier that Europe can defend itself without the Americans. If it comes down...
not exact, Mike, so that's not a quote.
More or less, more or less. We'll go back to the transcript.
Let's stick to the left on this one, yeah?
More or less, more or less.
I love journalists.
Stoop against us.
But if it comes down to it, given the dynamics that we have seen here, does Europe also need to have the potential to defend itself against America?
No, I mean, come on, let's not push the hypotheticals here. Let's get back to the reality of the situation, and let's put it back into perspective, and especially the war in Ukraine, which Karol there quite well mentioned. Look, what has Russia achieved in the past 4 years? It's acquired 20% of the territory of Ukraine through military warfare, roughly 2%. In the process of doing that, it has provided about 1 million casualties and dead. It has decreased its sphere of influence. You can see the Central Asian countries, you can see the Southern Caucasus detaching themselves from the Russian Empire. You look at the Russian economy right now. If we go with the inflation rates of the 2 first weeks, we're looking at 30% inflation this year. 16% interest rates, zero growth, no more reserves, incapacity to pay the soldiers when the war ends. So I'm more worried about Russia's unwillingness to end this war because they cannot afford to do so than about Russia's capability to win this war because not end this war because they're moving ahead. So let's keep things into perspective. NATO hasn't entered the scene yet, and they have not been able to advance in the past 4 years as much as expected. This war has been an utter strategic failure of President Putin. He increased the size of NATO. He made Ukraine European. He increased the defense budgets of European states. And here we are asking ourselves, shaking, are we able to defend ourselves? My answer is, yes, we are.
Secretary General.
Absolutely.
Secretary General, I'd like to ask for your remarks also on that point. We've been talking about can Europe defend itself? The question is how, and how that evolves also over the next years. Do you ever see a day where European defense doesn't have NATO as the cornerstone?
No, I don't. And let's not forget the EU is great. It is 23 countries in NATO of the 32 are also in the EU. But it is only 25% of NATO overall GDP. 75% of NATO GDP is outside the European Union. Let's not forget. That's a fact. The US is by far the most powerful nation on earth. And the President of the United States is therefore the leader of the free world. And you cannot envisage NATO without the leader of the free world being an integral part of that organization. And nobody wants it, not on the US side, not on the European side. He said last night in his presser that he was doubtful whether the Europeans would come to the rescue if Article 5 will be triggered. I tell him, yes, they will. And they did on the 11th of September 9/11 in 2001, when for the first and only time Article 5 was triggered. I have no doubt the US will come to the rescue here, we will come to the rescue of the US, and we need each other for our collective protection. You made a very good point. The risk here is that we focus, of course, on Greenland, because we have to make sure that that issue gets solved in an amicable way. But the main issue is not Greenland now. The main issue is Ukraine. And I agree with everything Alex Stubb was saying, but I'm also a little bit worried that we might drop the ball focusing so much on these other issues.
Yeah.
And as we speak, Russian missiles and Russian drones are attacking the energy infrastructure in Ukraine. We know that it is now minus 20 degrees in Kiev. We know that Ukraine can only take care of 60% of its own electricity. And yes, it is true, the Russians have lost in December 1,000 people dead. Not seriously wounded, dead a day. That's over 30,000 in the month of December. In the 1980s in Afghanistan, the Soviets lost 20,000 in 10 years. Now they lose 30,000 in 1 month. But they still continue the attack. They still increase the attack. And that means that if we Europeans here in NATO are thinking that because of the 90 billion the Commission has been able to bring together with the nations, or because the peace process is moving in the right direction, we can forget about the defense of Ukraine. Don't. They need our support now, tomorrow and the day after. And yes, great if there is a peace deal. Everybody's working on that. The Americans, of course, are leading that process. Great that the 90 billion is there, but that will only be there in March, April, May, whenever. So that still takes time. So I need the European allies to keep focus on this issue. And what I'm really worrying about is that because of the peace process and because of the 90 billion, we lose sight, and that in the meantime, the Ukrainians do not have enough interceptors, have enough American gear particularly they need, because it is not any longer available in Europe, for them to defend themselves. So this focus on Ukraine should be our #1 priority. And then we can discuss on all the issues, including Greenland, but it should be Ukraine first, because it is crucial for our European and US security.
I'd like to open up the conversation now to the audience. There's a very high-level audience, we have to say. I'm seeing the President of Latvia sitting in the front row. I believe I also spotted the Defense Minister of the Netherlands here as well.
Hey, where is he?
Right there. Wave hello. We'll be passing around a mic, and I would like to ask that you please stand up, and that questions are kept brief, because I see many hands going up.
Thank you very much. I have a very short question to Section Rutte. There are negotiations about Ukraine, and I fully agree with you that Ukraine is the main challenge, and the Russia basically is the main threat. The question is, once we agree that there are some chances for the long-lasting peace, are we as Europe prepared for what would be next with Russia, with this aggressive approach, with a society which is still, through the disinformation, educated, let me say, with aggressive approach towards the West? What will happen with those thousands or hundreds of thousands of troops, capabilities, etc., if they won't be engaged in Ukraine? They won't just wait for the better, prosperous future. Are we ready as NATO to take this problem? Thank you very much.
Yes, and a brief response, please.
We are ready today, there's no doubt. But we have to be ready in 27 and 29 and 31. And this is why what we decided in The Hague to ramp up defense spending to this 5% was crucial. But we also have to ramp up the defense industrial production. And we're not doing it. Not in the US, not in Europe. We are not nearly producing enough. The fact that Poland, which is the closest ally to the US you can find, is buying in South Korea is because they cannot buy enough in the US or in the European
and
defense
buying in Finland.
In Finland, yeah, but also Finland. Yes, Alex, I love you, but you are not producing enough. Your defense industrial base has to ramp up, and you know it, so please spend time on that. And this is true for the whole of NATO territory. So it is not only money, it's also the defense industrial base, including preparing our other industries, including our car industries, etc., for a moment when there might be a situation where we need them. Russia is on a war economy footing. They spend 40% of the state budget on defense. 200 billion a year, with a spending power with the 200 billion because of the structure of their economy, which is much higher than we can do in Europe. So we really have to be watchful here. Yes, we can defend ourselves today, but we have to deliver on the The Hague commitments. Not because of Donald Trump. Yes, it equalizes with the US, that keeps them in, but particularly because we have to defend ourselves.
Okay. I think in the next round, perhaps we take 2 questions, and then we'll have them answered. See many, yes.
Sorry, my name is Andrea Malaguti. What do you think about the board of peace with Lukashenko and Putin for Gaza?
Please,
one more over here.
NATO is 32 countries in the Northern Atlantic, and I'm not commenting on things outside North Atlantic area. Sorry, I have too much on my plate already. Thank you.
Margaret, could you please comment on Macron's speech yesterday here in Davos that was very honest? What is your reaction to it?
I respect him a lot, and I'll see him later today, and I think he had a speech which was strong on Canadian values and what Canada can contribute to the world. At the same time, I would say this is very good, and Canada's back. When you look at NATO, they were spending 1.3, 1.4%. They got to the 2%. They have now a plan to reach the 5%. They are massively helping out with Ukraine now. So I could say since he became Prime Minister, NATO is really back in NATO, back in defending the transatlantic alliance. And I think that's great news.
I think
one question here and one question there.
Sorry, can I ask?
Sure.
I think it was an excellent speech. It was a deep analysis of the change in the world order and the new balance that we're looking at. It was very realistic. It talked about values-based realism as a driver for Canadian foreign policy. All in all, I think one of the best speeches that we've heard here in Davos this week so far.
Okay, we'll go first here.
Yeah, thank you very much. Would you think that if the transfer of the sovereignty of Greenland can be achieved, would you think this might lead to the demise of the idea of so-called Western collective? And secondly, that if these things be transferred, would you think that the NATO 3.0, just like the President Stu said, might be veering to something more look like the Warsaw Pact rather than original NATO? Of course, we have a Polish president. You can also correct me. Thank you very much.
One question there.
I'm Tamer from Saudi Arabia with a Greek mother and an Italian wife. It's very clear
must be a happy man.
Europe can defend itself. That's very clear today. But my question is, do we feel safer? I'm planning to half retire in Europe. Do I feel safer today with all this stock-up of military?
Yes.
As you asked the question, when the war is over, what do you do with all these military?
If you want to prevent war, prepare for war. The only way we can prevent the Russians or anyone who wants to do us harm is to make sure that they know that the reaction we will have is devastating. Today, yes, it is. But if we would have continued with this 1.8, 1.9% defense spending and a defense industrial base, which is not producing enough, we would not be ready in 29 and 31. And our adversaries know this. So I know that people are worried that, we are spending more on defense. Yes, we do this to prevent war from breaking out. You have to be strong. We have to be strong against those who wish us ill.
I think that what we are doing is still preparing to prevent ourselves for a war. And according in terms of today's question, main question, can Europe defend itself? I hope that we will never answer this question in terms of kinetic war. And this is our responsibility, leaders of Europe, to think about the future and to be ready for even kinetic war. And I think we try to do this.
But one point, if I may add one point which is important, is that Europe's defense is not only about tanks. It is also about health. It is also about win-win partnerships around the world. Building strong partnerships and finding alliances that go beyond maybe what we had in the world order of the last 70 years. That is also a way to defend Europe. I want to also put a word for all the actions that are being taken, which go, I think, in the right direction for a stronger Europe. And it's not only about the 5%. It is very important, but it's not only that.
Yeah, and can I answer the question from the gentleman there? I think we have we have to understand that the world order is changing, much like it did after 1918, 1945, and 1989. And it's now emerging. And I think we have two options which obviously are not binary. One is a multipolar world, and that multipolar world is about transactions, it's about deals, and it's about spheres of interest. So that's when we go back to the 19th century. A multilateral world is one where you have strong international institutions, rules and norms. I support the latter, and I think that a majority of the states in the world do that as well. But the multilateral order that was created after World War II was created in the image of the West. Therefore, we need to now change the power structure and give agency to bigger players in the global South. Otherwise, we go back into a dog-eats-dog world, and we try to avoid that.
I'd like to thank you so much to everyone. There's a lot of hands still going up. I mean, the conversation, I think, is going to be continuing for quite some time. A relatively eventful day, I think, also ahead of us here at the World Economic Forum in Davos. I know that there are bilaterals also planned as well, a lot of diplomacy, a flurry going on. You have been here with us for Can Europe Defend Itself? Thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much especially for the panelists. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's really nice to be back here at Congress Hall. Hopefully everybody had a good day yesterday and are enjoying it today. It is my real pleasure to introduce Jensen Huang, who is somebody I admire, somebody I've watched, and somebody who has been a teacher to me on the journey of learning about technology and AI. It is amazing watching how he led NVIDIA. And I don't measure myself on comparisons, but I like this one comparison. So since NVIDIA has been public, which was in 1999, same year as BlackRock.
Oh boy.
Okay, now NVIDIA's total return for its shareholders has been a compounded 37%. Just think about that. What would that mean to every pension fund if they invested in NVIDIA as an IPO? The amount of successes we have with everybody's retirement. At the same time, BlackRock's annualized total return has been 21%. Not so bad for a financial services company, but it certainly pales. But that is just a really great indication of Jensen's leadership, the positioning of NVIDIA, and also it is a great statement about what the world believes in the future of NVIDIA. So Jensen, congratulations on that journey, and I know we have many more years of that journey ahead of us.
Thank you. I appreciate that. My only regret was at the IPO, after the IPO, I wanted to buy my parents something nice. And so I sold NVIDIA stock at a valuation of $300 million. The company was at a valuation of $300 million, and I bought them a Mercedes S-Class. It is the most expensive car in the world. They regret it.
Do they still have it?
Oh, sure. Yeah,
Good.
They still have it, yeah.
Good. Let me go into the subject matter now, but I just want to say, the debate on AI is about how it's going to change the world and the global economy. Today, I want to talk about how AI can add to the world economy and how AI can increasingly become a foundational technology that everyone in this room can be utilizing, enhancing our lives, enhancing the lives of everyone in the world. And we need to talk about how it's going to reshape productivity, labor, infrastructure across virtually every other sector. But importantly, how it's going to reshape the world, and how can more segments of the world benefit from AI, and how can we ensure that we have a broadening of the global economy, not a narrowing of the global economy. And I can't think of another person who has a clearer view on not just what AI is, but the infrastructure around it, the infrastructure that is necessary to build around it. And because so many of the major hyperscalers are utilizers of what NVIDIA creates, and the whole engagement around the infrastructure around AI, the potential of AI, I think we have a great voice to listen to this afternoon or this morning. So Jensen, once again, thank you. This is his first time here at the World Economic Forum in Davos, and I know you have a really busy schedule, so thank you for taking that time.
I appreciate that.
So let me go right into it. Why do you believe that AI has the potential to be that significant engine of growth? And what makes this moment, this technology, different than past technology cycles?
Yeah, this is, first of all, when you think about AI and you're interacting with AI in all these different ways, ChatGPT, of course, using Gemini, of course, using Anthropic, Claude, of course, and the magical things that it could do, it's helpful to reason back to the first principles of fundamentally what is happening to the computing stack. This is a platform shift. A platform is something where applications are built on top of. And this is a platform shift like the platform shift to PCs. New applications were developed to run on a new type of computer, platform shift to the internet, a new type of computing platform, hosted all kinds of new applications, a platform shift to mobile cloud. In each and every one of these platform shifts, the computing stack was reinvented and new applications were created. This is a new platform shift in the sense that today you're using ChatGPT. It's important to understand that itself is an application, but very importantly, new applications will be built on top of ChatGPT. New applications will be built on top of Anthropic Claude, for example. And so it's a platform shift in that way. AI is really easy to understand if you realize what it can do that you could never do before. Software in the past was effectively pre-recorded. Humans would type and describe the algorithm or the recipe for the computer to execute. It was able to process structured information, meaning you've got to put the name, the address, their account number, their age, where they live. You create these structured tables that software would then go and retrieve information from. We call it SQL queries. SQL is the single most important database engine the world's ever known. Almost everything ran on SQL before now. Now we have a computer that can understand unstructured information, meaning it can look at an image and understand it. It could look at text and understand it. It's completely unstructured. It could listen to sound and understand it, understand the meaning of it, understand the structure of it, and reason about what to do about it. And so for the first time, we now have a computer that is not pre-recorded, but it's processed in real time, meaning that it's able to take the context of the circumstance, whatever the environmental information, the contextual information, and whatever information you give it, it could reason about what is the meaning of that information and reason about your intent, which could be described in a really unstructured way. You describe it however you want to describe it. We call it prompts. But you describe it however you like to describe it. And to the extent that it can understand your intention, it could perform a task for you. Now, the important thing about this is that because we're reinventing that entire computing stack, the question is, what is AI? You're asked, when you think about AI, you think about the AI models. But it's really important to understand industrially, AI is actually essentially a 5-layer cake. At the bottom is energy. AI, because it's processed in real time and it generates intelligence in real time, it needs energy to do so. Energy is the first layer. The second layer is the layer that I live in. It's chips. Chips and computing infrastructure. The next layer above it is the cloud infrastructure, the cloud services. The layer above that is the AI models. This is where most people think AI is. But don't forget that in order for those models to happen, you have to have all of the layers underneath it. But the most important layer, and this is the layer that's happening right now, the reason why last year was an incredible year, frankly, for AI, is that the AI models made so much progress that the layer above it, which is ultimately the layer that we all need to succeed, the application layer above that. And so this application layer could be in financial services, it could be in healthcare, it could be in manufacturing. This layer on top ultimately is where economic benefit will happen. But the important thing, though, because this computing platform requires all of the layers underneath it, it has started, and everybody's seeing it right now, it has started the largest infrastructure build-out in human history. We're now a few $100 billion into it.
That's it.
We're a few $100 billion into it. Larry and I, we get the opportunity to work on many projects together. There are trillions of dollars of infrastructure that needs to be built out. And it's sensible. It's sensible because all of these contexts have to be processed so that the AI, so that the models can generate the intelligence necessary to power the applications that ultimately sit on top. And so when you go back and when you reason about it layer by layer by layer, and you realize that the energy sector is now seeing extraordinary growth. The chip sector, TSMC just announced they're going to build 20 new chip plants. Foxconn working with us and Wistron and Quanta building 30 new computer plants, which then go into these AI factories. So we have chip factories, computer factories, and AI factories all being built around the world.
And memory.
And memory, right, exactly. Those chip fabs. Micron has started investing $200 billion in the United States. SK Hynix is doing incredibly. Samsung is doing incredibly. You could see that entire chip layer growing incredibly today. And now, of course, we pay a lot of attention to the model layer, but it's really exciting that the layer above them is really doing fantastically. And now, one indicator is where the VC funding going into. Last year, 2025, was one of the largest years in VC funding ever, and last year, most of the funding went to what is called AI native companies. These are companies in healthcare, they're companies in robotics, and companies in manufacturing, financial services. All of the large industries in the world, you're seeing huge investments going in to those AI natives because for the first time, the models are good enough to build on top of.
So let's just dive a little further. Obviously, everybody, I'm sure, uses their own chatbot and getting information. So, but you're talking about the dispersion of AI is going to be the key. Let's talk about it, like go into a little more upside ideas related to the dispersion of it in the physical world. You mentioned, obviously, that healthcare is a great example of that. But where do you see the transformational opportunities in areas like transportation or science?
Well, last year, I would say last year, I would say 3 major things happened in AI, in the AI technology layer, the model layer. The first one is that the models themselves started out being curious and interesting, but they hallucinated a great deal. And last year, we can all reasonably accept that these models are better grounded. They could do research. They can reason about circumstances that maybe they weren't trained on, break it down into step-by-step reasoning steps, and come up with a plan to answer your question, do your research, or perform the task. So last year we saw the evolution of language models becoming AI systems that we call agentic systems, agentic AI. The second major breakthrough is the breakthrough of open models. Several years ago, was it a year ago, DeepSeek came out?
Last year.
And DeepSeek was, a lot of people were quite concerned about it. Frankly, DeepSeek was a huge event for most of the industries, most of the companies around the world, because it's the world's first open reasoning model. Since then, a whole bunch of open reasoning models have emerged, and open models has enabled companies and industries, researchers, educators, universities, startups, to be able to use these open models to start something and create something that's domain specific or specialized for their needs. The third area that had enormous progress last year was the concept of physical intelligence, of physical AI. AI that understands not just language, but AI understands, if you will, nature. And it could be AI that understands the physical world here, AIs that understand proteins, chemicals, physics, for example, fluid dynamics, particle physics, quantum physics, AIs that are now learning all these different structures and different languages, if you will. Proteins is essentially a language. And so all of these AIs are now making such enormous progress that these industries, industrial companies, whether it's manufacturing or drug discovery, are really making great progress. And one of the great indicators is a partnership that we had with Lilly, that they realize now that AI has made such extraordinary progress in understanding the structure of proteins and the structure of chemicals, essentially being able to interact and talk to the proteins like we talk to ChatGPT. We're going to see some really big breakthroughs.
So all these breakthroughs raises concerns about the human element. You and I have had many conversations on this, but we need to tell the whole audience there is a huge concern that AI is going to displace jobs. And you've been arguing the opposite. Obviously, the build-out of AI, as you talked about, the biggest infrastructure build-out in history is going to occur, which
energy is creating jobs.
Yeah.
Chips industry is creating jobs. The infrastructure layer is creating jobs. Land, power, and shell. Jobs, jobs, jobs. I mean, right? It's incredible.
So let's get into that in a little more detail. So you actually believe we're going to face labor shortages. And so how do you see that AI and robotics changing the nature of work rather than eliminating it?
Yeah, there's several different ways that we could think through it. First of all, this is the largest infrastructure build-out in human history. Yep. That's going to create a lot of jobs. And it's wonderful that the jobs are related to tradecraft. We're going to have plumbers and electricians and construction and steel workers and network technicians and people who install and fit out the equipment. And all of these jobs, we're going to, in the United States, we're seeing quite a significant boom in this area. Salaries have gone up, nearly doubled. Yeah. And so we're talking about six-figure salaries for people who are building chip factories or computer factories or AI factories. And we have a great shortage in that. And I'm really delighted to see so many people in so many countries really recognizing this important area. You know, everybody should be able to make a great living. You don't need to have a PhD in computer science to do so. And so I'm delighted to see that. The second thing to realize, and so we theorize about the automation of tasks and things like that, and what is the implication to jobs. You know, I'll just offer some anecdotes. These are real-world anecdotes of what has actually happened. Remember, 10 years ago, one of the first professions that everybody thought was going to get wiped out was radiology. And the reason for that was the first AI that became superhuman in capability was computer vision. And one of the largest applications of computer vision is studying scans by radiologists. Well, 10 years later, it is true that AI has now completely permeated and diffused into every aspect of radiology. And it is true that radiologists use AI to study scans now. The impact is 100%, and the impact is completely real. However, not surprisingly, I say not surprisingly, if you reason from first principles, not surprisingly, the number of radiologists have gone up.
Is that because of lack of trust of, or is that because the human interaction with the results of AI is a better outcome?
Exactly. The reason for that is because a radiologist, their job, the purpose of their job is to diagnose disease, to help patients diagnose disease. That's the purpose of their job. The task of the job includes studying scans. The fact that they're able to study scans now infinitely fast allows them to spend more time with patients, diagnosing their disease, interacting with the patients, interacting with other clinicians. Well, surprisingly, also not surprisingly actually, as a result of that, the number of patients that the hospital can see has gone up. Because, you know, there are a lot of people waiting a long time to get their scans done. And so now, because the number of patients have gone up, the revenues of the hospital has gone up, they hire more radiologists. This is the same thing that's happening to nurses. We're 5 million nurses short in the United States. As a result of using AI to do the charting and the transcription of the patient visits, nurses spend half of their time charting. And now they could use AI technology, and one particular company, Abridge, a partner of ours, doing incredible work. As a result of that, the nurses could spend more time visiting patients.
Human touch.
That's right. And because you could now see more patients, and we're no longer less bottlenecked by the number of nurses, more patients could get into the hospital sooner. As a result, hospitals do better, they hire more nurses. And so, surprisingly, AI is increasing their not surprisingly, AI is increasing their productivity. As a result, the hospitals are doing better. They want to hire more people. You have too many people waiting too long to get into hospitals. And so these are two perfect examples. Now, the easiest way to think about what is the impact of AI on a particular job is to understand whether the job, what is the purpose of the job, and what is the task of the job. If you just put a camera on the two of us and just watched us, you would probably think the two of us are typists because I spend all of my time typing. And so if AI could automate so much word prediction and help us type, then we would be out of jobs. But obviously that's not our purpose. And so the question is, what is the purpose of your job? In the case of radiologists and nurses, is to care for people. And that purpose is enhanced and made more productive because the task has automated. And so to the extent that you can reason about each one of the people's purpose versus the task, I think it's a helpful framework.
Let's move this beyond the developed economies. Help me understand how AI is to broaden the world and help the world. I read an Anthropic piece this past weekend that basically said the utilization of AI most recently is very dominant by the educated society. And they're even seeing the educated component of each society being heavily more utilized. And they're using it against their own model Claude, so it may have its own biases. So how do we ensure that AI is a transformational technology, maybe like what Wi-Fi and 5G was for the emerging world? And when you intersect that, what does it mean for the emerging world? And John, how do we broaden the global economy? And two, getting back to the whole job situation with robotics and AI, there is going to be some substitution there. And there's substitution in the United States already going on. We may be creating more plumbers and electricians, but we probably need less analysts at financial institutions. Lawyers need less analysts, because they're able to accumulate the data faster. So let's just pivot on to the emerging world for a second, and the developing world. How do you see that play out?
Well, first of all, AI is infrastructure, and there's not one country in the world, I can't imagine, that you need to have AI as part of your infrastructure, because every country has its electricity, you have your roads, you should have AI as part of your infrastructure. Of course, you could always import AI, but AI is not so incredibly hard to train these days, and because there are so many open models, these open models with your local expertise, you should be able to create models that are helpful to your own country. And so I really believe that every country should get involved to build AI infrastructure, build your own AI, take advantage of your fundamental natural resource, which is your language and culture, develop your AI, continue to refine it, and have your national intelligence be part of your ecosystem. And so I think that's number one. And number two, remember, AI is super easy to use. It's the easiest software to use in history, and that's the reason why it's the fastest growing and most rapidly adopted. I mean, in just a couple of 2-3 years, it's coming up to almost a billion people. I think, first of all, Claude is incredible. Anthropic has made a huge progress, huge leap in developing Claude. Yep. We use it all over our company. The coding capability of Claude, its reasoning capability, its ability is just really incredible. And anybody who has a software company really ought to get involved and use it. On the other hand, ChatGPT is probably the most successful consumer AI in history. And its ease of use and its approachability, I think everybody should get involved. And whether it's somebody in a developing country or a student, it is very clear that it is essential to learn how to use AI, how to direct an AI, how to prompt an AI, how to manage an AI, how to guardrail the AI, evaluate the AI. These skills are no different than leading people, managing people, things that you and I do all the time. So in the future, instead of biological, carbon-based AIs, in the future we're also going to have digital versions of AIs, silicon versions of AIs, and we'll have to manage them. They're just part of our digital workforce, if you will. And so I would advocate that for the developing countries, build your infrastructure, get engaged in AI. And and recognize that AI is likely to close the technology divide.
Right.
Because it is so easy to use and so abundant and so accessible. And so, I'm actually fairly optimistic about the potential of AI to lift the countries that are emerging, and for many people who haven't had computer science degree, all of you can be programmers now, And so in the past we had to learn how to program a computer. Now you program a computer by saying to the computer, "How do I program you?" And if you don't know how to use an AI, just go up to the AI and say, "I don't know how to use an AI. How do I use an AI?" And it would explain it to you. And you say, I like to write a program to create my own website. How do I do that? And it says it would ask you a whole bunch of questions about what kind of website you would like to build, and then write you the code. And so it is that easy to use, and that's of course the incredible power of AI, which is exciting.
Two quick questions, then we're going to run out of time. We're sitting here in Europe. When we were talking about a lot of companies, we mentioned a lot of U.S. companies and Asian companies. Talk to us about how AI and the success of Europe and the future of Europe can intersect, and how do you see NVIDIA play that role here in Europe?
Well, I have the benefit. NVIDIA has the benefit of working with every AI company in the world, and because we're low in the infrastructure layer, and we power AI across the board. And we power AI that are languages, their biology, their physics, their world models, and related to manufacturing and robotics. And the thing that's really quite exciting for Europe is, remember, your industrial base is so strong. The industrial manufacturing base in Europe is incredibly strong. This is your opportunity to now leap past the era of software. The United States really led the era of software. AI is software that doesn't need to write software. You don't write AI, you teach AI. And so get in early now so that you can now fuse your industrial capability, your manufacturing capability with artificial intelligence, and that brings you into the world of physical AI or robotics. Robotics is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for the European nations. And whether it's, all of the countries that I visit here, industrial base is really, really strong. The other thing to realize is that so much of the deep sciences are still very, very strong here in Europe. Right. And the deep sciences now have the benefit of applying artificial intelligence to accelerate your discovery. And so I think that it's fairly certain that you have to get serious about increasing your energy supply so that you could invest in the infrastructure layer so that you could have a rich ecosystem of artificial intelligence here in Europe.
So what I'm hearing is we're far from an AI bubble. The question is, are we investing enough? Let's turn it around, because there's so many people talking about a bubble, but the question is, what I'm hearing from you is, are we investing enough to do what we need to do to broaden the global economy?
And so one good test on the AI bubble is to recognize that NVIDIA has now millions of NVIDIA GPUs in the cloud. We're in every cloud, we're used everywhere. And if you try to rent an NVIDIA GPU these days, it's so incredibly hard. And the spot price of GPU rentals is going up. Not just the latest generation, but 2-generation-old GPUs. The spot price of rentals are going up. And the reason for that is because the number of AI companies that are being created, the number of companies shifting their R&D budget, Lilly is a great example. 3 years ago, most of their R&D budget, all of their R&D budget, was probably wet labs. Notice the big AI supercomputer that they've invested in, the big AI lab, increasingly that R&D budget is going to shift towards AI. And so the AI bubble comes about because the investments are large. And the investments are large because we have to build the infrastructure necessary for all of the layers of AI above it. And so I think the opportunity is really quite extraordinary. And everybody ought to get involved. Everybody ought to get engaged. We need more energy. I think that we all recognize that. We need more land power in Shell. We need more trade skill workers. And in fact, that population of workforce is so strong here in Europe.
Yes.
In a lot of ways, the United States lost that in the last 20, 30 years. Yeah. But it's still incredibly strong here in Europe. It's an extraordinary opportunity you got to take advantage of. And so I would, I know that where Larry and I work, we see the investment opportunities and the investment scale is going up. The number of startups, as I mentioned earlier, that 2025, the largest investment year in VC history, over $100 billion around the world. Most of it was AI natives. And so these AI companies are building basically the application layer above. And they're going to need infrastructure. They're going to need our investment, and go build this future.
And I actually believe it's going to be a great investment for pension funds around the world to be a part of that, to grow with this AI world. And this is one of my messages as so many political leaders. We need to make sure that the average pensioner, the average saver, is a part of that growth. If they're just watching it from the sidelines, they're going to feel left out.
And we want to invest in infrastructure.
Right.
Infrastructure is a great investment opportunity. This is the single largest infrastructure build-out in human history. Yep. Get involved.
We're out of time. Hopefully everybody in the audience and everybody on the web streaming is seeing the power of Jensen Huang as a leader, not just a leader in technology and AI, but a leader in business and also a leader in heart and soul, which is really important today, having that leadership from the heart and the soul. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
Good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to all of you for this humanitarian briefing on Sudan. We are very grateful that you took the time to join us. My name is Rania Degash Kamara, and I am moderating this session today on Sudan. I will introduce my fantastic panel shortly, but allow me to just start with a few numbers on Sudan. Sudan today represents one of the gravest humanitarian contexts in the world. And it's a regional crisis, one of the worst in our time. We just hit 1,000 days on when the conflict started, so 3 years on, and we are still struggling to showcase the pain of more than 20 million who are hungry in Sudan, more than 11 million who are displaced in Sudan. It's in fact the largest displacement crisis that we have in the world today, and millions who have also crossed borders to neighboring countries and sought refuge. Malnutrition amongst women and children continues to rise, and humanitarian access is tightening as we speak. And Sudan is one of the few contexts where famine has been confirmed in El Fashir and Kadugli. Imagine famine and hunger to a point where people and children die amidst the abundance that we are sitting in the middle of. But the good news is where access is possible, humanitarian action does work. Certainly, many of our partners here will speak to how they are working and what they are seeing. And I can certainly tell you on behalf of the World Food Programme, who I work for, that we are reaching about 4 million people a month, including areas that were inaccessible just a few months ago. But it's very fragile and the gains are at risk always. Let's dig into the reality of what's happening inside Sudan and its surrounding consequences on the region, the instability that it could cause, and finally the systemic choices and collaborations that we can make to make this better. I'm joined with an amazing panel who's going to have an honest and a solution-oriented conversation. So allow me to introduce our first panelist, who is known as Haneen Ahmed. She is a Sudanese activist and a leader of the emergency response rooms. If you have not heard of the ERRs in the context of Sudan, we have a problem. They are the first responders and the ones who have held the community response to this crisis for the past 3 years. They and many other Sudanese volunteers have made the biggest difference in Sudan today. I am also delighted to be joined by Braham Saleh. Now, you should know Braham Saleh, but the reason I am delighted he joins us today is he is our new High Commissioner for Refugees. And he leads the global response to displacement. He's taken this on 3 weeks ago at a moment of unprecedented need, and I'd like to congratulate you and very, very welcome the weight that we're going to place on your shoulders moving forward, High Commissioner. My third and final panelist is David Miliband. Now, he's known publicly as the president and the CEO of the International Rescue Committee. And his leadership is maybe what is most interesting, because he challenges, he pokes, he questions, and shapes humanitarian responses across some of the most complex operations in the world. And I'd like to thank all of you for being here. Okay, question one. Haneen. I just said numbers about Sudan, and for many people, Sudan is a crisis with a lot of numbers. But you know what the situation is like inside the country. What are you seeing that we are not seeing, Haneen?
Good afternoon, everyone. Situation is devastating on the ground. We have famine not only in Darfur or in the western area of the country, but also in Khartoum, in the capital of Sudan. People are facing famine because they are not working for more than 2 years. There is no job opportunities. situation is devastating in Kordofan right now as conflict is escalating in south, west, and north Kordofan. In Al Jazeera state, there is a health outbreak of unknown fever, and also dengue fever, many other kind of diseases. In Kassala state, there is malnutrition, there is cases of health outbreak of GBV cases as well also. In Port Sudan, and in the northern state, people are fled. So, and these states they have very weak infrastructure, so they are not able to receive these numbers of the refugees. And I want to say that emergency response room is bridging the gap right now on the ground, but unfortunately without enough resources in terms of the human resources, although we have 26,000 volunteers on the ground, but this is not enough because we are facing a problem of protection, we are facing a problem of the famine itself, volunteers are facing famine, are facing arresting and kidnapping and killing by the warring parties. And I also want to mention that people are fled outside Sudan in the neighboring countries like Chad and Egypt. Are they facing another war? There is no any kind of help that, although those countries are very generous to open their borders, receiving the Sudanese refugees, but those countries are also poor countries, so there is no enough resources to host those refugees. And I'm so sorry, the High Commissioner, to say that, but the role of the UNHCR is, and the response is too little and too late. And we are aiming to see more from your side. Thank you.
Thank you, Haneen. A lot in that we don't often hear about. We hear about the hunger often, but certainly what you flag in terms of fevers and outbreaks and GBV is disheartening, and the protection concerns, including your own teams. Thank you. High Commissioner, I think Haneen has posed a direct question to you. You've just returned from Chad and Kenya, and you've seen the refugees directly. Yeah. What protection issues did you see? And certainly, what are the gaps in this response as you see it?
I visited Kenya, which houses large numbers of refugees, primarily from South Sudan. There are some Sudanese there too as well. But in Chad, I met many people who are fleeing the conflict, the carnage in Sudan. And I thought that I have read a lot about the conflict and the humanitarian toll and the consequences of this conflict, the displacement of people. I've seen many TV reports, but nothing can do justice to the scale of the humanitarian catastrophe, calamity that is unfolding. I went there to bear witness and also to report on this an ongoing humanitarian crisis. And while we must talk numbers, we're talking about 14 million people or so who have been displaced over the course of 1,000 days of this conflict. But beyond the numbers, each individual is a story, is a human life. And the people that I met in Abisha, in Farshana, and Adre, I literally met people who have just crossed the border, speak of horrors and atrocities, abuse, rape, murders, and it just, I truly heart-wrenching. In that context, I'll come to the humanitarian assistance and what needs to be done. Nothing can provide a solution to this situation. No amount of humanitarian assistance and relief can help with these people who have suffered so much. But peace and ending this conflict, and for the international community to really do what it takes. Get a ceasefire, get a political process, end this conflict. And in a way also, it speaks to some fundamental of this conflict could have been averted or could have been contained early on had there been some concerted international effort. Now the international humanitarian response is left dealing with this. In the same context, I have to say, one is humbled also by the open border policies of these neighboring countries, certainly Chad, in this case where I was visiting, and also Kenya, for them to open their borders, allow these people in, and the host communities welcoming them, the government being remarkably open. And we can talk about some of the plans that these governments are advocating and are adopting, which are also noteworthy. Of course, the humanitarian response is crucial because these provide life-saving assistance. For us as UNHCR, the issue of protection is absolutely sacrosanct. It's vital. And as they cross the border, this is where protection is provided, and we have quite an operation across the border, but also delivery of shelter, humanitarian assistance. And I will tell you, I mean, in answer to Hanin's, the level of available humanitarian assistance is nowhere where is needed. I was, I mean, if numbers that the number of 10 liters of water per day per person is available, far, far, far below what is needed for emergency level of requirement. Talking about medical support, certainly for mental health, reaches about only 16% of those who are in need of it. You're talking about shelter, 1 in every 3 families who need shelter. So I'm open about it. I mean, this crisis is happening at a time of immense cuts in the aid budget and the humanitarian assistance budget. And the host nations are also suffering terrible burdens and huge burdens. But there are also amazing initiatives that are taking place dealing with this, whether it is in collaboration with the other UN agencies. And I want to report that I have witnessed the UN collaborative effort through the RC system, humanitarian coordinator system, and collaboration of the different agencies, whether it is WFP, whether it is UNICEF, whether UNHCR, of course, they're being in the lead with these matters, is a good way of moving forward. But again, my message to the world, this conflict has gone too long, that we need to end this conflict. International, regional, concerted efforts need to be brought to bear to end this conflict. But in the meantime, we need international support. We need assistance to people who desperately need it. And in the case of Chad, the government has adopted very progressive policies of inclusion, allowing access to legal systems, even job opportunities, and documentation, and you name it, and to integrate these displaced communities into the local economies as part of a more holistic approach is the right way to go forward, though.
Thank you very much, High Commissioner. 10 liters per day for water, 3 families in a shelter, and needs continue to press as people cross the borders. Takes us straight to you, David. You've been working in Sudan and around in the region, and you have seen many crises. And suffering isn't comparable. Suffering is suffering everywhere in the world, I often say. But it would be great to get your insight on how does this crisis compare to other ones as you see it?
Well, thanks very much. It's good to be here. I think that we have to understand that the Sudan crisis is an avatar for what I would call the New World disorder. President Macron yesterday said that there are 60 conflicts going on in the world, and he's right about that. Sudan is remarkable, above all for its size. 33 million people in humanitarian need. It's the top of the International Rescue Committee's emergency watch list, which is our data-driven assessment of humanitarian crises. But we also have to understand it's the largest ever recorded humanitarian crisis since records began. So it's distinguished for that reason. But I say that it's an avatar for the New World Disorder for the following reasons. First, the neglect that Bahram has rightly spoken to started when the civilian government came in 2019 to 2021 and was not properly supported by the international system. Remember, Sudan had an opportunity after 2019. It's an avatar because it's a civil war. It's a rather it's not really the right term given the brutality there's nothing civil about the war. But it's not just a war being fought by competing power blocks inside Sudan. We have to call out that all sides, and there are more than two sides to the Sudan conflict, are supported from outside the country. It's an internationalized civil war. Every single neighbor of Sudan is on one side or another, and countries further afield into the Middle East and the Gulf are significantly involved. It's an avatar because civilian death far outstrips the killing of soldiers. So civilians are bearing the brunt of the conflict. And the absolutely grotesque levels of abuse of civilians give lie to the idea that international humanitarian law, that the writ of humanitarian law runs. It doesn't in Sudan. We have 500 International Rescue Committee staff working in Sudan. We have a significant presence in Tawila in the west. The stories of people coming out of Al-Fasha are absolutely chilling. And the survivors are in some ways the lucky ones, but the stories that they bring are absolutely horrific. I think it's also important to say that there are two other reasons why the Sudan crisis is an avatar for this new world disorder. The paralysis of diplomacy is very, very striking. And we can get into that. But also the global response is so limited. 28% of the UN appeal is funded. And in a way, funding is the easiest thing to remedy. But it seems we're turning it into the hardest. Just final point I want to make. This conflict is not static. It's the battle lines are fluid. The east of the country is more or less conflict-free at the moment, but the conflict in Darfur remains despite the fall, or subsequent to the fall in Al-Fasha, and we're especially concerned about what's happening in the Kordofans, if you like, in the middle of the country towards the South Sudan border, where there's active conflict and encircled cities that portend further horror ahead. And so I think this, the signal that we have to take is that what starts in Sudan, as Bahram very clearly demonstrated, doesn't stop in Sudan. And so there's a brilliant piece by Alex de Waal in the latest issue of Foreign Affairs, where he says there's no such thing as a local crisis in the Horn of Africa. And I think that's a really important note to remember.
Absolutely. And thank you also, David, for your insights. Avatar is really an interesting way of characterizing the crisis and a good one that we can take forward. But there are no local crises, I would argue, in the world, actually, not just in the Horn of Africa, but especially in the Horn. Conscious of time, I'm going to ask you quickly, what do you think needs to change and who should act? Who would like to start?
I think reinvigorating diplomacy and basically bring about a peaceful end. There may be two ambitions, but basically get a ceasefire in place and allow people. And that is certainly a requirement. In the meantime, we really need to step up in terms of providing more assistance and available. And I will also say, we as UNHCR, and for that matter, the international agencies, we really need to look at improved ways of delivery and focus on sustainable responses, focus on solutions that develop self-reliance. And I've seen this in Chad, and I've seen it, of course, in Kakuma and elsewhere. I mean, the things that the we've done regarding, for example, boreholes for water to irrigate land that is being cultivated by host community families as well as refugees is remarkable. And, you know, we should be really focused on some of these inclusion mechanisms. And certainly among the communities of refugees, you have a lot of talent, a lot of professionals, lawyers, doctors, teachers, you name them, who are there and willing to be accommodated. And by the way, the host community also is welcoming of them for the talent, for the contribution. And basically we need to focus on these areas, because with the policies of these governments, Sharika planning, Kakuma in Kenya, and what the government policies in Chad are also, as I said, allowing for inclusion, allowing, instead of just keeping people in situations of dependency on humanitarian assistance in so-called camps, that's on the way good to go forward. We have to really emphasize on those.
Same question, Haneen.
Okay. So let's address that Sudan is a neglected issue by the international community, completely neglected issue. And I want to address that it's not a civil war. It's two full men are fighting on power, and we are trying to solve it. But unfortunately, it's with international support. So we need the international community to stop the bad influence on this war. And then we can, I think we have the ability and we have the willing as Sudanese people to solve this destroying by the war. And we need kind of the food security in terms of and cash assistance with early stages negotiation and consultation for the grassroots. Also, we need to strengthen the local capacity for and support the community-led solution, like emergency response room and mutual aid groups, more localized and decolonized fund. Pay attention to those who are fled from Sudan, in Egypt, in Chad, Kenya, and Uganda as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Haneen.
Well, I think the story of Sudan's war is a story of impunity. And the only way to tackle impunity is through countervailing power. In some cases, the impunity is petty. It's about bureaucratic constraints on where UN officials can go and where they're given permissions to go by authorities. In other cases, the impunity is massive. It's the siege of cities. And it takes, there's also profiteering from the war. Let's not forget that there's economics to this conflict that is part of the story that we would go into if we had longer. It takes countervailing power to tackle impunity, and at each and every stage, I think we have to build up the forces of countervailing power to those who are either party to or profiting from what is this deadly conflict, not just for the people of Sudan, but much more widely, not least for the precedent that it sets. I also just want to flag that the geography of Sudan and its presence and its significance on the Red Sea is making it an area of significant geopolitical contestation at a regional level. And that's, I think, speaks to the need for UN leadership, both on the political front and on the humanitarian stroke development front, recognizing the differences of situation in different parts of the country, because de facto we're facing a divided Sudan at the moment.
Wow, I think you all have heard a lot about what is happening and what is possible. We are running out of time, but we would like to open the floor for questions. It's not every day that you find Haneen and our High Commissioner and David at the table. So if there are any questions, we very much welcome them. Sir.
Hi, this is my name is Saleh Marghan. I'm Sudanese and work for the private sector. And I think we've met with Mr. Milband before on efforts to help Sudan. But I think we are all recognizing this is a political issue. And without stopping the political drive, all these other efforts, I think the number of empty chairs speaks about the interest and the position that the topic is taken within the interest of everybody who's attending here or outside the word forgotten war. What efforts we are actually doing to extend that political pressure to bring the topic to the center? Because so far, all what I'm hearing, and with my due respect to all the panelists and people who are talking about the issue, is a, I would say, camouflaged talk about the involvement, the outside involvement in the war, which without stopping the profiteers from the war, stopping the economical wheel from turning, and stopping the external drivers, stopping the hunger is an immediate need, but it will be a daily issue, and it will continue. We could be meeting, if we get more years, we could be meeting here in 30 years discussing the same topic if we're allowed the space. Yeah. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for the question. Please.
This is particularly for UNHCR. I'd like to ask you if what moves you're going to make to increase transparency of UNHCR and the costs of UNHCR. This is something that we've been pressing for a long time, and there's been very little movement.
Great. High Commissioner, would you like to start?
I think I am, as the newly appointed UNHCR, we are looking at our structures and processes, and we have a management review that we will be launching with the idea of increasing efficiency and accountability, and for sure transparency. And by that I mean the following. Of course, there are already a number of auditing requirements and processes by which my hope is that to really look for a more real-time monitoring and delivery process utilizing technology that is available out there, and I consider it to be very important because that needs to show the leadership of UNHCR, efficiency of course, but also donors who would like to see how their contributions are being delivered on. I mean, again, we can talk numbers about what are the efficiency rates, how much of this assistance is getting to the people intended to. My motto is that there is always room for improvement, and there are always ways that can be done. That dollar that we acquire from a donor and committed to a given project, we need to demonstrate and as real time as possible about how that is going. And we're looking, by the way, in that context, to the concept also of the UNHCR becoming a convener as well, to provide delivery of services and assistance the most cost-effective way. This should not be about institutional turf. It's about the refugees that we intend to. The UNHCR's role is absolutely crucial, central. Protection, provide emergency assistance when needed, and of course, working for durable solutions too. In that context, certainly in the context of delivery of humanitarian assistance, we should be looking and open to finding what I consider to be the best and most cost-effective ways of delivery, because I remind myself and my colleagues in the leadership of the UNHCR, we are mindful of the reality that this is assistance allocated for the people, i.e. the refugees, and that will be my commitment to you. And I think this is where UNHCR has been working on, has been developing far more responsive, far more agile processes, but there is always room for improvement, and I'm hopeful that, especially with utilization of technology, that we can do a better job at it as well.
Thank you very much, High Commissioner. Right. I think we're closing in.
I mean, just
on time.
Don't want the
first
question to feel that it was ignored. And obviously there's a lot in it. I'd just say the following. The Trump administration did something important when they established the Quad, because they went to the heart of the issue that you're raising, which is what's the role of external actors in the conflict. And they brought together the US, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and the United Arab Emirates. And they issued an important statement in September. I think the duty of all of us is to say, well, what's happened since the statement in September? Where's the follow-up? Because it's the follow-up and the follow-through that's important. It's set out, that statement set out demands on all parties to the conflict and their supporters. And I think it's important that that is followed through, because since then, there's been a lot that has transgressed every conceivable human right, never mind every statement in that Quad statement. So I think it's worth saying that.
Absolutely. And thank you for your questions and responses. I have heard certain words I'm going to repeat in some. Hard to summarize these, all the reflections, but it's the largest recorded crisis, humanitarian crisis, since we started recording, is important to take away. For mothers and children who are suffering hunger and disease and shelter needs, it isn't a long-term issue, it is an immediate issue. They need assistance today, while the powers that be also are able to find the longer-term solutions. A peaceful end, as you put it, High Commissioner, is critical. But with it, we need humanitarian assistance that goes in to respond to the almost half the population that is in need today across Sudan, because there are needs in food, in cash, in health, in education, in shelter. Across the gamut, there are needs. And I really liked what you said, Haneen, about the importance of anchoring this in community solutions, in local actors, and empowering those that are able to respond. And then finally, to the regional context of this, to the generosity of neighbors who've opened borders and host communities who sometimes have less than the refugees crossing and have been incredibly hospitable and welcoming. We are extremely grateful, but the burden has to be lifted from poor families who are accommodating ones in need, and our assistance has to be lifted to cover all of them. So a massive thank you. Sudan is not a background crisis, it's a forefront crisis, and we really look forward to your voices elevating this and asking for more assistance and more peace to take us forward. Thank you once again to my esteemed panel and to F for hosting us today, and to those of you who made the time. Have a lovely day.